εσύ καλώδιο. Καλώδιο για να το φέρω μέχρι εκεί έχω.
Αυτό τελείωσε.
Πού να φτάσει, κύριε? Γιατί δεν φέρνει? Εδώ δεν έχει τις καταβακτές. Τι θα φέρει? Δεν θα φτάσει. Κάτσε να το δοκιμάσουμε.
Το πάρεις τηλέφωνο.
Ναι, μόνο η γενική πρόξενη εδώ, όχι βοηθή, μόνο η γενική. Μόνο η γενική πρόξενη. Εγώ μας δώσαν για γενική προξένου. Δεν λέτε που τα σχολεία. Κύριε Σολμένη, μόνο η γενική. Μια άλλη που λεγόμαστε εδώ. Δεν ξέρω ακόμα τι θα έπρεπε. Για ένα λεπτό λίγο να δούμε. Εγώ δεν θέλω να προγραμματισάτε όλα. Γεια σας. Εκδολή πληρά, μόνο γενική.
Νικό. Νικό. Λάιν στον Νίκο Λάιν καταρχήν. Ναι, εντάξει.
Να σας πω, ό,τι μου λένε. Εδώ. Μπορείτε να το
Bunun telefonu etmediniz mi siz?
Ettim. 3 kişi izledi ve mutlaka e-mail de gönderdim.
Sen bunu söyle.
Ποιος έχει την οργάνωση?
Έφτασε. Εκείνο το κούμπομα κρύψτο.
We have received confirmation that we attend somewhere. So they have already promised, so they should keep their promises.
Ναι, ναι. Εμείς δεν έχουμε καμία ταινία τέτοια,
Όχι.
Πώς πας?
Στην ΠΕΒ, στο Λεκανή. Ναι, ναι, στο λιμάνι, πώς το πάτε να πει, ναι, θα αφήσω στην τελική ώρα, δηλαδή όχι θα αφήσω στην θα βγει στην έκθεση. Βγαίνει στο λιμάνι, στο θέμα του
Είμαι μέλικος της έκθεσης.
κάτι μου είπε κάτω πάνω από το εξάμεινο. Στο 2 Οκτωβρίου νομίζω είναι. Θέμα δεξιά φάση στα δικαστήρια.
Between the 19th and
Θα φέρει τον σχόλιο γιατί το μποξάκι είναι κάτω, δεν είναι πραγματικά.
Θα φέρει μια κονσόλα και να πάρετε τα οξύλια.
in 9 countries, this issue is majority of European those in favour support this. And Slovakia, it's a profit of 31%. H, integration. 48% of respondents EU member states are ready. 41% countries that wish to go further should pay for the other EU member states.
Menu, hey boy.
Certain sectors of the economy. Yes, say an absolute clear majority of European respondents. In 19 member states, the positive results in the region of 50%. The north of the Union is worse than the average. The large majority of Europeans, the presence of nationals in other member states would also be an asset to the country.
Ale zamkniemy pewnie wszystko, co będzie zamknięte. No ale
Πες την τώρα να βγάλει βουλευτές. Πόσοι είναι οι βουλευτές που
Non το φέρω κανονικά το σήμα. Πώς δεν καλά, έχει ξέρει. Δεν ξέρω γιατί τώρα μου το κάνει αυτό. Ναι, το απέλος του κυβερνητικού
Δίπλα μας.
Εγώ το κολπέρνω άνατο, άνατο του Ισνιάρη. Το θέμα είναι ότι το κάνει 5 έργα.
Άκη, βάλε λίγο τον κύριο.
Βάλεψε τον κύριο λίγο.
Βάλεψε λίγο τον κύριο.
Γεια σου.
Νησί. Πάνε από εκεί για τον Άκη. Πάνε ρε από εκεί τους έλεγες.
Καλημέρα.
With regard to logistics, ships and helicopters control aircraft, experts and airlines, member states are organizing and providing communications and aircraft. Frontex itself is involved in several surveillance operations globally. Every year, thousands of stowaways are registered.
Πολύ χολέρα εδώ, εσύ και δεν με μιλάς, δεν με είδες. Κάνεις το δημετρήσεις. Κάνεις το όλους. Ποιος είναι? Είναι κάποιος? Καφέ. Κομμαγιά. Εννοείται. Το θέμα είναι... Το θέμα είναι γιατί να στήσω. Πώς? Το θέμα είναι γιατί να στήσω. Από πού παίρνουμε εικό? Είκο από πού παίρνουμε?
A survey was conducted in 28 member states. 28,150 citizens above the age of 15. They were asked their views on the European Union and immigration. What are the main challenges the European Union must overcome to face the future? Unemployment still sits at the top, with 49% of people identifying it as the #1 challenge. Immigration has soared in 2 years, second place with 47%. In 9 countries, the majority of Europeans advocate a common global approach to migration policy, with more decisions to be taken at European level. Flows, and a common procedure for legal migration. Do we need a better distribution of the asylum seekers among the member states? Nearly 8 in 10 say yes. But there's a big gap between the countries most favourite, such as Germany and Sweden, and the least enthusiastic, such as Slovakia and the Czech Republic. The countries where migrants enter Europe are strongly in favour of a better distribution of asylum seekers. And among those supporters of better distribution, 3 out of 4 believe it should be decided on the basis of binding quotas uniformly across the EU. In Germany, 89% of those in favour support this, and in Slovakia it's half of 31%. What pace should be adopted for integration? 48% of respondents should wait until all EU member states are ready. 41% of the countries that wish to go further should wait for the other EU member states. Do we need legal migrants to work in certain sectors of the economy? Yes, say an absolute majority of European respondents. In 19 member states, the
σίγουρα θέλει τέτοιο. Και θέλουν να παίξουν. Άρχεται και τρίτο.
Μας στήσετε δηλαδή. Άμα ψηφίσει το δούμε.
Asylum seekers are people who leave their own country for reasons such as persecution or torture, out of their race, religion or nationality. The EU Charter of Fundamental Rights obliges member states to protect people in need. There's also an international obligation first recognized in the 1951 Geneva Convention. What is the process for seeking asylum? There is a uniform EU system of minimal standards ensuring freedom, security and justice. For example, the initial procedure should not exceed 6 months. Which country has decision-making authority? To avoid sending asylum seekers from country to country, just one state is responsible for examining an asylum application. The country is designated according to the presence of relatives, the point of entry to the EU, the place an asylum application is first made, or where a visa is granted. Who verifies the asylum seeker's identity? This is the responsibility of national authorities in charge of security and the asylum process, with the support of European agencies where necessary. In Europe, asylum seekers benefit from basic living conditions such as clothing, housing, food, medical and psychological care, education for children, full respect of fundamental rights. They are obliged to have their fingerprints taken, which are stored on a database called Eurotrack. How is the application processed? The key part is a one-to-one interview asylum seeker and his case manager. Presence of an interpreter and legal assistance can be requested without charge. If the request is rejected, there is the possibility of an appeal. But if the decision is upheld, the applicant may be required to return to their country of origin and transit. If their request is accepted, refugee status is granted. They receive a residence. Helicopters, patrol aircraft, experts and border guards itself is involved in several surveillance operations around the EU. Every year thousands of stowaways are registered. They come mainly by land for the most part from the east and by sea from the south, especially across the Mediterranean. But also many come by air from a host of airports. When a country faces a sudden and exceptional influx of illegal immigration, they can call on Frontex for extra technical and operational assistance for a limited period. This comes in the form of RAPIDs, Rapid Border Intervention Teams, that are made up of border guards from other EU countries.
Between the 19th and 29th of September 2015, as the migration crisis reached critical intensity, a survey was conducted in 28 member states, with 28,150 citizens above the age of 15. They were asked their views on the European Union and immigration. What are the main challenges the European Union must overcome to face the future? Unemployment still sits at the top, with 49% of people identifying it as the #1 challenge. Immigration has soared in 2 years to second place with 47%. In 9 countries, this issue is important to more than 50% of respondents. And the third priority, terrorism, which has also leaped up the rankings. The majority of Europeans advocate a common global approach to migration policy, with more decisions to be taken at European level. Priority financial support for the member states that are facing the greatest migratory flows. And a common procedure for legal migration. Do we need a better distribution of the asylum seekers among the member states? Nearly 8 in 10 say yes. But there's a big gap between the countries most in favour, such as Germany and Sweden, and the least enthusiastic, such as Slovakia and the Czech Republic. The countries where migrants enter Europe are strongly in favour of a better distribution of asylum seekers. And among those supporters of better distribution, 3 out of 4 believe it should be decided on the basis of binding quotas, not uniformly across the EU. In Germany, 89% of those in favour support this, and in Slovakia, it's half of the 31%. What pace should be adopted for integration? The 48% of respondents wish it waited until all EU member states are ready. 41% of the countries that wish to go further shouldn't wait for the other EU member states. Do we need legal migrants to work in certain sectors of the economy? Yes, say an absolute but not clear majority of European respondents. In 19 member states, the number of positive responses didn't reach 50%. The north of the Union is regressing the average. For the large majority of Europeans, the presence of nationals of other member states would also be an asset to the cultural life of the country.
How is an asylum seeker defined in the EU? Asylum seekers are people who leave their own country for reasons such as persecution or torture on account of their race, religion or nationality. The EU Charter of Fundamental Rights encourages member states to protect people in need. It is also an international obligation first recognised in the 1951 Geneva Convention. What is the process for seeking asylum? There is a uniform EU system of minimal standards ensuring freedom, security and justice. For example, the initial procedure should not exceed 6 months. Which country has decision-making authority? To avoid sending asylum seekers from country to country, just one member state is responsible for examining an asylum application. The country is designated according to the presence of relatives, the point of entry to the EU, the place an asylum application is first made, or where a visa was granted. Who verifies the asylum seeker's identity? This is the responsibility of national authorities in charge of security and the asylum process, with the support of European agencies where necessary. What are their rights? In Europe, asylum seekers benefit from basic living conditions such as clothing, housing and food, medical and psychological care, education for children, full respect of fundamental rights. They are obliged to have their fingerprints taken, which are stored on a database called Eurodac. How is the application processed? The key part is a one-to-one interview between the asylum seeker and his or her case manager. Assistance can be requested without charge. If the request is rejected, there is the possibility of appeal, but if the decision is upheld, the applicant may be required to return to their country of origin or transit. If their request is accepted, refugee status is granted. They receive a residence permit, plus access to the labour market and healthcare services. Europe's internal
Όταν το κάνει εκεί, θα γυρίσει το μοντέλο και να το κάνει... Πού το βρήκες αυτό, για να την πόδι μου δει.
Τώρα για το πατάς, πατάς πάνω, πας στο quick format, εντάξει, και κάνει.
Δηλαδή μαζί μενού και δηλαδή πατημένο και
μαζί και τα δύο, ναι, αυτό και κατεβαίνεις, βλέπεις, για να πάει.
Frontex carries out its operational activities on the basis of these risk analysis of illegal immigration for example. The budget the European Parliament sets for Frontex is around 80 to 90 million euros per year. 300 people work directly for the agency, whose headquarters is in Brussels. But with regard to logistics on the ground, coordinating ships, helicopters, patrol aircraft, experts and border guards, the member states mobilize and provide resources and equipment for this. Frontex itself is involved in several surveillance operations around the world. Every year, thousands of stowaways are registered. They come mainly by land, for the most part from the east, and by sea from the south, especially across the Mediterranean. But also, many come by air from a host of airports. when a country faces a sudden and exceptional influx of illegal immigration, they can call on Frontex for technical and operational assistance for a limited period. This comes in the form of RAPIDs, Rapid Border Intervention Teams that are made up of border guards from other EU countries.
Between the 19th and 29th of September 2015, as the migration crisis reached critical intensity, a survey was conducted in 28 member states. 28,150 citizens above the age of 15. They were asked their views on the European Union and immigration. What are the main challenges the European Union must overcome to face the future? Employment still sits at the top, with 49% of people identifying it as the number one challenge. Immigration has soared in 2 years into second place with 47%. In 9 countries, this issue is important to more than 50% of respondents. And the third priority, terrorism, which has also leaped up the rankings. The majority of Europeans advocate a common global approach to migration policy, with more decisions to be taken at European level, priority financial support for the member states that are facing the greatest migratory flows, and a common procedure for legal migration. Do we need a better distribution of the asylum seekers among the member states? Nearly 8 in 10 say yes. But there's a big gap between the countries most in favour, such as Germany and Sweden, and the least enthusiastic, such as Slovakia and Czech Republic. The countries where migrants enter Europe are strongly in favour of a better distribution of asylum seekers. And among those supporters of better distribution, 3 out of 4 believe it should be decided on the basis of binding quotas uniformly across the EU. In Germany, 89% of those in favour support this, and in Slovakia, it's half of the 31%. What pace should be adopted for integration? For 48% of respondents, we should wait until all EU member states are ready. For 41%, the countries that wish to go further should wait for the other EU member states. Do we need illegal migrants to work in certain sectors of the economy? Yes, say an absolute but clear majority of European respondents. In 19 member states, the number of positive responses didn't reach 50%. The north of the Union is redressing the average. The large majority of Europeans, the presence of nationals in other member states will also be an asset to the cultural life of the country.
저거 이 꼴찌 지나도 이 꼴찌 지나도
Asylum seekers are people who leave their own country for reasons such as persecution or torture on account of their race, religion or nationality. The EU Charter of Fundamental Rights obliges member states to protect people in need. It is also an international obligation first recognised in the 1951 Geneva Convention. What is the process for seeking asylum? There is a uniform EU system of minimal standards ensuring freedom, security and justice. For example, the initial procedure should not exceed 6 months. Which country has decision-making authority? To avoid sending asylum seekers from country to country, just one member state is responsible for examining an asylum application. The country is designated according to the presence of relatives. Upon entry to the EU, the place of asylum applications first made, or where a visa is granted. Who verifies the asylum seeker's identity? This is the responsibility of national authorities in charge of security and the asylum process, with the support of European agencies where necessary. What are their rights? In Europe, asylum seekers benefit from basic living conditions such as clothing, housing, food, medical and psychological care, education for children, full respect of fundamental rights. They are obliged to have their fingerprints taken, which are stored on a database. During the application process,
Abre el toilet porque se vio usted sana. Y tengo un para comer esa que.
This is a responsibility of member states. However, since 2005, the European Agency has funded supporting it is controlled and regulated by the European Parliament. It coordinates cooperation between member states. It helps member states in training border guards. It monitors research in its areas of activity. Member states in returning home and foreign nationals who escape illegally, and promotes risk analysis. Frontex carries out its operational activities on the basis of these risk analyses, immigration and trafficking, for example. The European Parliament sets the Frontex's around 80 to 90 million euros per year. 300 people work directly for the agency, whose headquarters is in Budapest. With regard to logistics program, ships, helicopters, patrol aircraft, experts and border guards, the member states mobilize and provide important resources and equipment. Frontex itself is involved in several surveillance operations around the world. Every year, thousands of stowaways are registered. They come mainly by land from the far from the east, and by sea from the south, especially across the Mediterranean. But also many come by air from the West. When a country faces a sudden outburst of traffic, it should immediately refer to technical and operational assistance and humanitarian. This comes in the form of grants, rapid border intervention teams that are made up of border guards from other key countries.
Between the 19th and 29th of September 2015, as the migration crisis reached critical intensity, a survey was conducted in 28 member states. 28,150 citizens of the age of 15. They asked their views on the European Union and immigration. There are main challenges the European Union is prepared to face the future. Unemployment still sits at the top, with 49% of people identifying it as the #1 challenge, and immigration has soared in 2 years to second place with 47%. In 9 countries, this issue is important to more than 50% of respondents. And third priority, terrorism, which is constantly grouped up in the rankings. The majority of Europeans advocate a one-union approach to migration policy, with more decisions to be taken at European level, priority financial support for member states to face the greatest migratory flows, and a common procedure for legal migration. Better distribution of asylum seekers among member states. Nearly 80% say yes. There's a big gap between the countries most in favour, such as Germany and Sweden, and eastern countries such as Turkey and Czech Republic. Candidates for migrants and Denmark strongly in favour of better distribution of asylum seekers. The number of supporters of better distribution, 3 out of 4, believe it should be decided on the basis of funding quotas, not uniformly across the EU. In Germany, 89% of those in favour support this, and in Slovakia it's more than 41%. They should be adopted for integration. 48% of respondents wish it could enter EU member states already.
Charter of Fundamental Rights obliges member states to maintain It is also an international obligation recognized in the 1951 Geneva Convention. What is the process of science? There is a uniform EU system of minimum standards ensuring freedom, security, and justice. The initial procedure generates each country has decision-making authority to avoid sending asylum seekers from country to country. Just one member state is responsible for examining an asylum application. The country is designated according to the presence of relatives. If entry to the EU requires an asylum application is first made, where a visa is granted, verifies the asylum seeker's identity. This is the responsibility of national authorities in charge of security and the asylum process, with the support of European agencies where necessary. Their rights, namely, asylum seekers benefit from living conditions such as clothing, housing, food, medical and psychological care, education for children, full respect for fundamental rights. They are obliged to have documents taken which are stored in a database called them. What is the application process? Key part in this interview between asylum seeker the applicant may be required to return to their country of origin. If accepted refugee status is granted, they receive a residence permit, access to the labour market, and healthcare services. The European Parliament says for Frontex is around 80 to 90 million euros per year. 300 people work directly for the agency, whose headquarters is in Portugal. But with regard to logistics on the ground, it would need more ships and helicopters patrolling the traffic exports and arrivals. The member states are organising and providing other resources and equipment. Frontex itself is involved in several security operations thousands of stowaways are registered. The company required a multi-funding supply of rice. I see it from the south, especially across the Mediterranean. But also, many come by air from a host of airports. When a country faces some exceptional influx of illegal migration, they rely on the Frontex for technical and operational assistance in limited periods. This comes in the form of grants, rapid border intervention teams for the readout of border guards from other EU countries.
Between the 19th and 29th of September 2015, as the migration process reached critical intensity, a survey was conducted in 28 member states. 28,050 citizens above the age of 15. They asked their views on the European Union and immigration. countries, this issue is important to more than 50% of respondents. And the third priority, terrorism, which is also deep down in rankings. The majority of Europeans advocate a common global approach to migration policy, with more decisions to be taken at European level. Priority financial support for the member states that are facing the greatest migratory flows, but a common procedure for legal migration. Do we need a better distribution of the asylum seekers among the member states? Nearly 8 in 10 say yes. There's a big gap between the countries most in favour, such as Germany and Sweden, and the least enthusiastic, such as Slovakia and the Czech Republic. Countries where migrants enter Europe are strongly in favour of a better distribution of asylum seekers. And among those supporters of better distribution, 3 out of 4 believe it should be decided on the basis of random quotas. In Germany, 89% of those in favour support this, and in Slovakia, it's half of 31%. What pace should be adopted for integration? 48% of respondents should wait until all EU member states are ready. 41% of countries that wish to go further should wait for the other EU member states. Do we need legal migrants to work in certain sectors of the economy? Yes, say an absolutely clear majority of EU respondents. In 19 member states, the number of positive responses didn't reach 50%. In North of the Union, it's retracing the average. The large majority of Europeans, the presence of nationals of other member states, are also being considered into the country of the country.
Religion or nationality. The EU Charter of Fundamental Rights obliges member states to protect people. There's also an international obligation as recognized in 1951.
No, indeed,
What is the process of seeking certificate? There is a uniform global system with standards ensuring freedom, security, and justice. For example, the initial procedure should not exceed 6 months. Each country has decision-making authority. To avoid sending asylum seekers from country to country, just one member state is responsible for examining an asylum application. The country is designated according to the presence of relatives. With entry to the EU, in case asylum applications cross a line, where a visa is granted, verifies the asylum seeker's identity. This is the responsibility of national authorities in charge of security and the asylum process, with the support of European agencies where necessary. Their rights. In Europe, asylum seekers benefit from basic living conditions such as clothing, housing, food, psychological care, education for children, and respect of fundamental rights. They are obliged to have their files taken, which are stored in the database of by this application process, the key part is the one-to-one interview between the asylum seeker and his case manager. The presence of an interpreter and legal assistance can be requested without charge. If the request is rejected, there is a possibility of appeal. If the decision is upheld, the applicant may be required to return to their country of origin or transit. If their request is accepted, refugee status is granted. They receive residence permit and access to the legal market and healthcare services.
Γιατί εμείς οι Έλληνες ξέρουμε πώς πηγαίνουν. Εγώ την έκανα από εδώ φορμάτια, από τα κλιπ. Το δισκάκι. Η Μακεδονία είναι άλλη. Είναι εξή. Πατήστε στα δύο αυτά. Καρέ. Ναι, και από εκεί τα έκανα τη λίστα, αλλά τώρα δεν μου το έκανε.
Τι είναι ένα?
Όλα μαζί. Αλλά τώρα δεν μου το έκαζε. Που είχε πολύ σκάκι.
States and training border guards.
Τέλος πάντων, τώρα ξέρω και αυτό.
Member states employ foreign nationals who stay legally and conduct stress tests. Frontex carries out its operational activities on the basis of these risk analyses with illegal immigration and trafficking of women and children, for example. The European Parliament sets for Frontex is around 80 to 90 million euros per year. 300 people work directly for the agency, whose headquarters is in Budapest. But with regard to logistics on the ground, everybody like ships, helicopters, or training
Αυτή που είχε πει σε 10 που είχε και το αντένα, αν είχαν αυτοί που είχαν τα παιδιά, την έσπασαν.
Άσε πάνω. Αυτό τώρα το παίζει. Το μόνιτο είναι, για να ακούω. Μόνο για το μόνιτο, έτσι. Τίποτα. Όχι, αυτό τι είναι. Το μόνιτο. Σίγουρα.
Όχι, ψέματα. Αυτό είναι για το monitor, αυτό είναι η μηχανική. Αυτό είναι για το...
Τι κάνουμε.
Όχι, όχι, κανένα. Αυτό είναι από πίσω.
Είναι από πίσω, έτσι.
Από πίσω είναι, δεν είναι.
Γιατί όταν είμαι 3-4, από εδώ δεν μπορώ να ρυθμίσω.
Όχι ρε, ήταν κολλημένο το δισκάκι. Μπορείς τώρα.
Αυτά, άστα, ούτως ή άλλως. Οι ήχοι σου είναι πίσω. Το μίκτολαν και τα λοιπά. Αυτό είναι το ηχείο. Αυτό είναι το ηχείο. Πώς θα προσεχάσουν φυσικά από εδώ.
Τώρα ρυθμίζεις, ναι.
Ήταν κολλημένο το δισκάκι.
Αυτό έχετε ανάποδα, κανάλι 1
Ένα,
κάτω.
δύο. Ναι, ένα δυναμικό, δύο. Κοιτά.
Δεν μπορεί να ρυθμίσει. Δεν το κλείσει με το ανοίξω, περνάει. Αυτό σου λέω τι ρολοβέζει.
Δεν κάτι παίζει στο στρίλσιμο. Άμα είναι μίξη να πούμε ή τέτοιο.
Εδώ ακούω και ρυθμίζω. Εδώ ακούω και ρυθμίζω. Και τι ακούω, αλλά και δεν ρυθμίζω.
Καλά, εντάξει, 1-3 πάει.
'There's a big gap between the countries most in favour, such as Germany and Sweden, and the least enthusiastic, such as Slovakia and the Czech Republic. Countries where migrants enter Europe are strongly in favour of a better distribution of asylum seekers. And among those supporters of better distribution, Polish should be decided on the basis of vital parameters. In Germany, 89% of those in favour support this. And in Slovakia, it's half of the 31%.
Έχεις 10 συσκευές, ένα λάπτοπ, ένα
Page
σταθερό
should be
και κινητά.
adopted for
Όλες οι
integration.
επαφές γίνονται στο Outlook.
48% of respondents
Wow,
should
το
be
email της
integrated.
τέτοιας
EU
πρέπει να
member
είναι.
states are ready.
Και στο email στο Gmail που έχεις κάνει έναρξη, θα έχεις
Should
κρατημένο.
wait for the economic EU member states. Do we need legal migrants to work in certain sectors of the economy? Yes, say an absolute but not clear majority of European respondents. In 19 member states, the number of positive responses didn't reach 50%. The north of the Union is regressing the average. The large majority of Europeans, the presence of nationals of other member states would also be an asset to the cultural life of the country.
Έχει μια ιδιαίτερη χρειά στη φωνή του, γι' αυτό. Ακούγεται παντού.
How is an asylum seeker defined in your view? Asylum seekers are people who leave their own country for reasons such as persecution or torture on account of their race, religion, or nationality. The EU Charter on Fundamental Rights obliges member states to protect people. There's also an international obligation that's recognised and committed There is a uniform EU system of standards. judicial procedure should not include things like which contract decision
Οι αποζημιώσεις μόνο είναι 99%. 99,9%.
Και άμα κάνει αυτό για πτυροβόλα δεν το έκανε.
Είναι χαμένα νόρο θα μας πάρει
Τώρα αυτό είναι μαλάκι γιατί υπάρχει στο παράδειγμα.
Frontex itself is involved in several surveillance operations around the world. Every year, thousands of stowaways are registered. They come mainly by land, for the most part from the east, and by sea from the south, especially across the Mediterranean. But also, many come by air from the host of airports. When a country faces sudden and exceptional influx of illegal immigration, they come forward Frontex for extra technical cooperation and assistance earlier to relief. This comes in the form of grants, rapid border intervention teams that are made up of border guards from EU countries.
Between the 19th and 29th of September 2015, as the migration crisis reached critical intensity, a survey was conducted in 28 member states. 28,150 citizens of the age of 18. They asked their views on the European Union and integration. What are the main challenges the European Union must confront to face the future? Unemployment still sits at the top, with 49% of people identifying it as the number one challenge. Integration has soared in 2 years to 7% of 47%. In 9 countries, this issue is important to more than 50% of respondents. And third priority, terrorism, which is also moved up the rankings. The majority of Europeans advocate a common approach to migration policy, with decisions to be taken at European level, priority financial support for the member
keep like this.
Countries where migrants enter Europe strongly in favour of better distribution of services, demanding supporters of better distribution for the Article 4, believe it should be decided on the basis of finding quotas more uniformly across the EU. In Germany, 89% of those in favour support this, and in Slovakia it's over 31%. Pace should be adopted for integration. 48% of respondents should wait until EU member states are ready. 41% of countries that wish to go further should wait for local member states. Do we need legal migrants to work in certain sectors of the economy? Yes, say an absolutely clear majority of all the respondents. In 19 member states, the number of positive responses didn't reach 40%, and all for the Union is repressing the average. A large majority of Europeans and residents of nationals of other member states are also being considered to the cultural country.
First recognised in the 1951 Geneva Convention. What is the process of seeking asylum? There is a uniform EU system of minimal standards, ensuring freedom, security, and justice. For example, the initial procedure should not exceed 6 months. Each country has decision-making authority. To avoid sending asylum seekers from country to country, just one member state is responsible for examining asylum application. The country is designated according to the presence of relatives. With entry to the EU, the place and asylum applications are first made, or a visa is granted. Who verifies the asylum seeker's identity? This is the responsibility of national authorities in charge of security of the asylum process, with the support of European agencies when necessary. What are their rights? In Europe, asylum seekers benefit from basic living conditions such as clothing, housing and food, medical and psychological care, education for children, and full respect of fundamental rights. They are obliged to have their fingerprints taken, which is stored in a database of This is the application process. Key part is a one-to-one interview between the asylum seeker and his case assistance can be requested without charge. If your request is rejected, there is the possibility of appeal. But if the decision is upheld, the applicant may be required to return to their country of origin and transit. If the request is accepted, key status receive a residence permit, plus access to the legal market and healthcare services. Europe's introduction of five machinery making This is a responsibility of the states. Since 2005, the agency has increased it coordinates cooperation between member states. It helps member states in It monitors research in its areas of activity. It supports member states in working with employment foreign nationals who still legally, and it conducts risk analysis. Frontex carries out its operational activities on the basis of these risk analysis with legal
Everyone can always go and take a refill. Yes.
The European Union stretches from 80 million euros per year. 300 people work for the agency, and the headquarters is in British. With regard to logistics on the ground, making ships and helicopters control aircraft, experts and important arts, the member states mobilize and provide human resources
Dear colleagues, please take your seats. Everybody, please take your seats. We can start now. Zunächst einmal einen wunderschönen guten Morgen Ihnen allen.
First of all, I'd like to wish you all a very good morning.
Es ist ein schöner Morgen hier in
It's
Thessaloniki,
a lovely morning here in
ein schöner
Thessaloniki.
Spätsommermorgen.
It's a
Ich freue mich,
lovely late summer
dass so
morning.
viele Kollegen
And I'm very happy
aus der EVP-Fraktion des Anschlusses der Regionen der Einladung hierhin nach
so
Thessaloniki
many
gefolgt
colleagues
sind.
from the EPP group
Beeindruckende Zahl
have
von
accepted this
Mitgliedern, die heute hier
invitation to come to Thessaloniki. We've got an impressive number of you present here
viele
today.
Gäste
And I'm very
aus
happy
Griechenland heute unter uns haben, viele
that we have
Politiker
many
der
guests from Greece with us today, many politicians of the local and regional
Ich
level.
hoffe, dass wir Ihnen heute
I hope that today we'll be able to make you very interesting substantive offers in discussing our topic for today. And before we continue, on behalf of the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions, I'd like to say a very special thank you to our hosts, to our friend and colleague, Apostolos Tzitzikostas, who invited us to Thessaloniki. I think that we should have a round of applause to show our gratitude to him. So, colleagues and guests, we are starting rather late because we are still waiting for two important participants in the conference, Commissioner Avramopoulos and the chair of New Democracy, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. They're going to arrive any minute now. Their planes were rather late. But I would just like to make a few introductory comments so that we don't lose too much time. So let me start with some housekeeping points. Every time we have an external meeting, then at the end of that meeting we'll be adopting a resolution on the subjects we've discussed, and we're going to do that today as well. You've all received a draft resolution on today's subject, which is what local and regional authorities are doing in the refugee and migration crisis. What have we managed to achieve? So we prepared a resolution on that. Now, there have been some proposals for amendments which have been put forward by colleagues, and they will be incorporated into the text. And this morning, therefore, we'll be giving you a slightly amended version of the resolution so that you can all see what the amendments are, and hopefully around lunchtime we'll have a brief discussion and we can then adopt this resolution. In the resolution we do not adopt any new position, we just summarize what we've already drafted in the Committee of the Resolutions and also what our parties have drafted on the subject. So we can't have lengthy discussions on the amendments as we do in the Committee of the Regions meetings. So have a look at the revised version of the text when it's circulated later on so that we can rapidly conclude. The EPP, as a family of parties, has looked at the subject of migration and refugees over the last few years, and we've held intensive discussions on this topic at the last EPP Congress in Madrid last year. A resolution was adopted, and at the next big EPP Congress, which is going to be held next year in Malta, we will be returning to the issue of migration and the refugee crisis in order to reflect the changed situation. And in the Committee of the Regions too, last year we adopted two resolutions and opinions on the situation as regards migration and refugee policy. So the EPP is concerned about the situation like no other party, and like no other party, we are concerned to come up with proposals for solution and to adopt them. And that's what we want to do today in today's conference. There are many experts who are going to take part in today's meeting. We want to put our heads together with them. The situation has got worse in the last year, so we want to discuss with them what the situation is today and what steps are necessary in order to counteract developments and to overcome the problem. Our Greek colleagues know that the migration crisis didn't start 1 year ago. In many other member states of Europe, people seem to have the impression that the problem only started 1 year ago, but that obviously it's much older than that. I'd just like to briefly interrupt in order to welcome our other guests, and then I will continue.
So, meine Damen und Herren, ich freue mich sehr, dass ich,
So, ladies and gentlemen,
wie schon angekündigt, den Präsidenten
I'm
der
very
Neo-Demokratia,
happy, as I announced, that I can welcome the President of Neo-Demokratia amongst us, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Welcome.
und freue mich sehr,
And I'm also very happy that the Commissioner for Migration can be with us today, Dimitris Avramopoulos. So welcome to you too, sir.
wir haben
We just started the meeting, so we're still in the middle of the introduction. I'll just make a few more brief comments. I was busy saying that in many European member states, there seems to have been an impression that the refugee crisis only started 1 year ago, because it was only 1 year ago that many European countries had an influx of refugees into their own territory. But in Greece, we know that this is a problem which has existed for many years, and also our Italian friends know that too, as well as our Cypriot friends. For many years now, they have been warning us that the problem is getting worse, and over the last year, we know, or we came to know, that this is a problem which affects the whole of the EU, because refugees are to be found practically in every European country. So, in our conference today, ladies and gentlemen, we want to look at the situation of local and regional authorities and how they are affected by the problems, and what help and assistance local and regional authorities need, and what special solutions can be adopted at local and regional level in order to help to overcome the crisis. I don't think we're exaggerating when we say that the refugee crisis has taken on a dimension over the last few years, which is unprecedented in European history. So we have a crisis situation, and it's a matter of concern to everyone in Europe, and I don't think we've ever had such a crisis before, which has affected the daily lives of ordinary Europeans. So given the current situation, it's very important for us to come up with common European answers and solutions. I'd like to say that if we didn't have the EU, it would have to be invented to overcome these problems. No state can resolve these problems on its own. We have to work together, but we know there's still a long way to go, and we have to do a lot of work to convince our citizens, and that's what we want to do today in our conference. I'd just like to stop there because, as I say, we're rather late and running behind schedule, and I'd now like to give the floor to the next speaker. Our host will be addressing you first. Apostolos, please. The floor is yours, as we say in English.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mr. President. Κύριε Πρόεδρε,
President, Commissioner, MEPs, consuls, prefects, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to today's conference of the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions in the capital of Macedonia, Thessaloniki. I would like to start by thanking the President, Secretariat and all members of the EPP for having so warmly taken up our proposal to meet in Thessaloniki. It's a first. It's a first, and it's on a very major issue, not only for Greece, but for the entire European Union. That is the question of the migration and refugee crisis. I would, in particular, like to thank Dimitris Avramopoulos, Commissioner for Migration, Home Affairs and Citizenship, who is our keynote speaker today, as I would also like to thank the President of New Democracy for having taking up my invitation today, and we hope that he will be the next Prime Minister of the country, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis. And finally, I would also like to thank all of you who have joined us today. Well, as far back as you go in history, this type of tension and escalation of a refugee crisis cannot be seen. This is unprecedented, with unprecedented social and humanitarian repercussions. At the same time, Europe is looking at the very complex economic and fiscal issues, and at the same time, it's having to look at the question of its own political unification. And it's obviously, without doubt, a huge time of challenge for Europe. How these major challenges are addressed will define the very identity of the European Union. Today, yes, basically our system of values and the architecture on which the European Union has been built is in question, as are our main values and principles, as is our cohesion and unity, as is the resistance of our very democracies. And despite the fact that European unification ensured peace, stability and welfare for decades, these huge issues which have been building up over the last decades have shaken and undermined the trust of our citizens. And that's something which is being exploited today by extreme Eurosceptic and populist groups. On the refugee issue in particular, the main issue we're discussing today, where Eurosceptics, they think it's their own prerogative there. We have to show that we are decisive, we are determined, and we have the plan in order to be able to address this in an effective manner. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens across the face of Europe, these issues didn't exist, and well, these people haven't suddenly become extremists today. Now, we have people out there who are hardworking, they're ready, but they are concerned about the developments on the horizon. So I don't think we should be afraid. Obviously, we have to speak out clearly. It's a fact that the European Union hasn't managed to date to convince the citizens of the fact that refugees are not a threat to our European Union. To date, they haven't managed to adequately explain that the situation is under control and the plan can be implemented in order to address this. They haven't managed to calm their fears that they're not going to have to change their way of life, that they're not going to have to backtrack on the values and principles of freedom and democracy. At the same time, I think that the European Union, as all of us who are involved in the highest levels of self-governance in the European Union, that those who immediately reacted to the needs which came to the fore were the simple citizens who helped with whatever they had available to them. In Greece, here, for example, we have to recognize the self-sacrifice of the citizens on the Aegean Islands who were involved in saving people. And also here in Idomeni, in Kilkis as well, people who opened their very homes to refugees, people who on the borders of Greece, on the borders of Europe, set an example of genuine heroism and humanity. These people made us proud as Greeks and as Europeans. Ladies and gentlemen, our priority is to focus on what happens as of now. There are two lines. The first, European migration policy, which can be correctly implemented by the member states of the European Union. And that implementation is based on 4 pillars. Firstly, mutual respect between communities of refugees and the community of reception. The second pillar is fully ensuring the 4 fundamental values of the European Union. freedom of movement of goods, services, and capital and people. And in this framework, the priority is to protect and maintain Schengen. The third pillar is separating refugees from illegal or irregular migrants on the question of asylum, people who are at risk of their lives under political persecution. And then we also have refugees coming from areas where there have been natural disasters or where there is war. The fourth pillar is zero tolerance and a determined approach to all forms of illegal activity. We need coordinated European action on all fronts in order to address organized or isolated areas of crime, which takes me to the second axis, the second line, and that is the very core of today's meeting, and that is our involvement in shaping and implementing the European asylum policy on behalf of local and regional authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, from the first moment when the crisis began, our regions and our municipalities found ourselves literally on the front line. But even now, we don't have the necessary tools which would allow us to make necessary input by shouldering the responsibility for addressing issues such as housing and establishing human conditions for living for these people. Protection of public health, and also integration of the refugees into education and employment. Now, these are ongoing issues, and it's crucial, therefore, that in the very near future, local and regional authorities should have direct and immediate access to funding from the Asylum Migration Integration Fund and also the European Fund for External Security, and also the emergency aid. The regions, as you know, are directly funded by the Regional Development Fund and the Social Fund, and also the Agricultural Fund. Direct funding of the regions would have a very important comparative advantage. And that would be that we'd be able to establish our plan, which would mean first and foremost that management would come about on the basis of the legislation rules which apply under the structural funds at Europe, and there will be no grey areas about the provision of funds. And also, we would also have indicators of the effectiveness of how the local and regional authorities have performed. I would like to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, with the most important issue, and that is the implementation in practice of mutual respect and solidarity between the member states of the European Union. That is a non-negotiable principle. We are responsible, all of us as our countries, on this refugee issue, and we immediately have to implement an effective plan in order to distribute refugees amongst all the member states of the European Union in proportion to their population. No country, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, today can shoulder the burden alone. But right now, not one whole country, but just one region on its own, Central Macedonia, is shouldering an unproportional burden, an undue burden. Right now, there are countries in Europe who have taken up less migrants and refugees than the region of Central Macedonia on its own. Now, if and where the EU-Turkey agreement doesn't work correctly, and in the ridiculous situation where people are saying that basically refugees from other European countries should be sent back to Europe as well, which is ridiculous. Well, quite simply, ladies and gentlemen, if that really is to be the case, things will get totally out of hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I know, as we all know, that, as we've seen in practice, the European Union of the regions doesn't only believe in, but really promotes mutual respect, solidarity and cooperation in the European Union. And I believe that here, today, from Thessaloniki, we are going to trigger new developments on the refugee issue towards cooperation and common action on behalf of all member states. Developments which must be immediate if we are to defend the European Union and to show the entire world that Europe is not the problem. Europe is indeed the solution to the problem. We all know that we, the members of the EPP in the committee and the centre-right more broadly, that we can better understand this need for protection of all of our fundamental values and principles. Because when it comes down to it, union in Europe, the major political challenge out there in human history is the vision and the practice of the right in Europe. Adenauer, Brecht, again Spinelli, and of course the major visionary who came from Macedonia, Konstantinos Karamanlis, were in favor of these ideals. The European Union was shaped by its citizens for stability, peace, solidarity, cooperation, and for democracy. And the refugee crisis, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, is a scope of action in which the current leaders of the European Union need to show that they are reacting better and faster. We have to overcome fear, knee-jerk reactions, and we have to set aside these extreme voices. We have to show at all levels through our action that our European Union does work together, that there is a plan which is being correctly implemented, and that it preempts rather than running behind events. And that involves our local and regional authorities, active citizens in the front line. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, with them there, the European Union will not be stopped by any obstacles. The European Union was set up in order to succeed, and it will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Apostolos. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you very much for speaking so plainly, because it's only if we speak plainly to one another in this crisis that we'll be able to adopt cogent action. So we must not close our eyes to the situation. We have to face up to it. I have to welcome another guest amongst us, a politician who has played a very important role in Greece for many years, but who is also a member, or who was a member, of our EPP group in the Committee of the Regions, Dora Bakayanis. So, welcome.
Und damit kann ich dem Bruder von Dora jetzt das Wort geben, damit ich mich jetzt auf die Familie.
Now I can give the floor to the brother of Dora, and I'd like to welcome Kyriakos Mitsotakis here, the President of Nea Demokrasia.
Αγαπητέ Επίτροπε.
Thank you very much, Mikhail, Commissioner, Excellencies and guests, ladies and gentlemen. In turn, I would like to begin with a very sincere welcome to everybody. Welcome to Thessaloniki, welcome to Macedonia, welcome to our country. Your presence here today as representatives of local and regional authorities in the European Union from the European People's Party is precisely what we need today. It is joint action at European level, at all levels, in all spheres. What is really important is that this meeting is actually taking place in Greece. It is very important to note that this venue is Thessaloniki, because this is a way of really allowing you to have a personal a view and experience of the difficulties, the huge difficulties that our country is facing and continues to face, has faced, in trying to manage this huge global problem. Greece, from its geographical position, has a specificity. It is really at the outer eastern edge of the European Union's borders. Its borders are the borders of the European Union as well. And of course, Greece, as you know very well indeed, was in the front line of an unprecedented migration and refugee crisis over the last 8 months, especially. I think the figures are pretty well known. You have the statistics. There's just one figure that I would like to focus on, which really gives you the full dimension of the problem facing our country. In 2014, we had 45,000 arrivals of migrants and refugees in our country, and in 2015, more than 900,000 migrants and refugees passed through the country. It is also very important, Apostolos has already stressed this, but I would like to repeat this. Now, more than anything else, the local communities were really put to the test as a result, especially at entry points. Of course, because of the volumes, because of the question of the impact on people's economies and incomes, and also in questions of infrastructure, local infrastructure, especially the Eastern Aegean Islands, which is the main entry point for migrants and refugees. They really base themselves on tourism for their economy and their income, and already they have irreparable damage has been caused to the tourist industry in this part of Greece. The local and regional authorities in our country are doing their very best, really, to meet the challenges and under the pressure from the arrivals of so many refugees and migrants. But as Apostolos has already said, they don't have the tools or instruments or the means available. They don't have the authority, nor do they have the funds to be able to cope with the situation. And we're not just talking about financial contributions, nor should it be just financial. We're talking about technical assistance, know-how in management and crisis management. And I really would like to stress that local authorities and regional authorities, in terms of managing the refugee crisis, have not had and still do not have today the full support of the government. So in this situation, we have a huge deficit in spite of all the efforts that we have made as the New Democracy Party to help the government. I have to point out, unfortunately, that things are not improving at all, because just the other day, in fact, the General Secretary for First Reception, Mr. Voudouris, resigned. He recognized the fact that what the government has decided is not being implemented at all. He suggested that his boss wasn't necessarily doing his job, and he also said that the cost of the refugee crisis is costing more than the same management of refugees in Norway. So the allegations basically are clear, and a resignation has been handed in. This is 3 days ago. We've not heard any reactions from the minister, nor from the prime minister, nor from the judiciary authorities. And we very much regret this development, because using our democratic parliamentary scrutiny as New Democracy, we have said again and again that there is a question of fund management with regard to this, providing support and infrastructure to cope with the refugee crisis. So, ladies and gentlemen, the situation has certainly improved over the last year. After all, things are much better, or were better this summer as compared to the summer of 2015. Today, we have the EU-Turkey deal, and to a great extent this has helped to curb the influx of refugees and migrants, these desperate people who are trying to cross the Aegean, seeking a better life elsewhere. This agreement with Turkey has really been a deterrent, first and foremost, but this is an agreement which is rather fragile all the same. And the situation may worsen at some time in the future. So we need to be prepared for that eventuality. At the same time, however, as a result of the decision of certain European countries to close the northern corridor for passage from Greece to the rest of Europe. I have to stress this to our distinguished guests. Over 60,000 refugees and migrants are blocked, and there doesn't seem to be any plan from the government to deal with these people who are stuck in limbo. And I really regret this. 6 months ago, we had agreed in a discussion before the president of the country and the relevant ministers on a strategy at national level, which would include a separation from between refugees and irregular migrants, action to be taken with regard to the camps and makeshift camps, and a plan that would distribute the refugees throughout the whole territory of Greece and provide them with organised shelter, organised reception centres with decent living conditions. I have to repeat, however, that nothing has been done, absolutely nothing that was agreed upon. Of course, the lack of organisation in general in distributing refugees is now causing greater tension, social tension, on a daily basis. Central Macedonia as a region has taken in a disproportionate number of migrants and refugees. And I'll say this again and again, this tension really gives rise to greater populism, and at the end of the day, it is detrimental to social cohesion. Now, the overall reaction of the European Union with regard to this problem, I do have to say, I regret to say, has been and continues to be inadequate. Now, I'm not talking about the European Commission when I say European Union. I'm talking about the member states that make up that European Union. Now, the relocation plans were very ambitious. Unfortunately, they are not being implemented. Member states continue to hide behind national strategies. They're putting up barriers, and the very notion, the very concept of the European Union is being put to the test as a result of the problem that we have with the refugees. Now, the EPP has worked on this issue for many, many years. It has been working on this for many, many years, way before 2015 when things came to a crisis. And this actually goes back to documents put forward by the EPP. This is how we started discussing this in Europe in the first place. Frontex, which has now become a border and coast guard. This is all the result of the EPP's efforts over the years, but also the efforts of many other colleagues to try and ensure that we have proper protection of the external borders of the European Union. And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Commissioner, my friend, Mr. Avramopoulos, who is Commissioner for Migration, Home Affairs and Citizenship. I'd like to congratulate him on his contribution to this, which has been exemplary. Strengthening our external borders and protection of those borders, and information exchange systems, rapid operational capacity of the Border and Coast Guard, a proper system for people coming in and leaving, and the Dublin rules and regulations. This is all essential if we are going to map out a proper, efficient, solid policy at European level with regard to migration and refugees. And I listened very carefully to President Juncker when he spoke in his State of the Union address. He mentioned all the various areas and dimensions where we need joint efforts, both in the medium and long term. Ladies and gentlemen, I will finally simply repeat my view that in terms of managing the refugee and migration crisis, this will put to the test the very notion, the very meaning of European Union. We can't afford, especially us, as the large centre-right parties that make up the family in the European People's Party. We cannot give in to populist xenophobia and allow this to take over the dialogue on migration. And it is essential that we be aware of the obligation of the European Union to implement everything that has been agreed. And the member states have an obligation to realize that managing this problem is beyond the possibilities and borders of a small country like Greece. The Europe of solidarity, in fact, means participating in managing this crisis. And I would like to call on you when you go back home, to your regions, to your countries, to your municipalities, please take this message of solidarity with you and speak in favor of this type of solidarity with a loud, strong voice. We need to be united in facing this crisis. This hasn't been the case in the European Union so far, but the hopes and expectations, not only of the Greeks, but of citizens throughout Europe, expectations from member states and the European Union are very high indeed. Switching to English.
I hope you will have a productive conference, and I hope that you will return to your home countries and share the experiences that you saw in Greece, a small country with people with a lot of dignity, trying to deal to the best of our ability with a huge problem that was forced upon us without us being responsible. Again, thank you very much for your presence here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitsotakis. I'd like to thank you very much indeed for your words and reiterate your appeal. I think we'll be coming back to that appeal many times today. We have to act together in Europe as regards the crisis. People can't just look at one another and expect others to resolve the crisis. We have to resolve our problems together. In our resolution, we try to draft it in such a way so as to point to ways in which we can have common burden sharing. There's been no preliminary decision about the actual instruments. Obviously, member states can make different kinds of contribution, but we all have to work together. We have to pool our efforts. We have to shoulder burdens together. The burden cannot just be borne by a few, and it's not a question of the others just looking at those few and saying, well, it's good because we don't have the problems. That's why we need the European Union. So thank you for having stated that so clearly. I know that you've got other commitments now, and thank you very much for coming. I hope I'll see you again soon. I'd now like to give the floor to Commissioner Dimitris Avramopoulos. Once again, I'd like to thank you very much indeed for being with us today, and I'm sure that you will tell us about the current state of play as regards discussions in the Commission. You visited the plenary of the Committee of the Regions in the last year, and we know that you've been very, very committed to this area of work, and we'd like to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Schneider.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Schneider. I would also like to thank the Governor of the region, Mr. Tzitzikostas, for the invitation and also the President of New Democracy. Allow me to begin by saying that today's meeting may be seen as a regional meeting, but that's not the case. It's very important because it is taking place exactly where the problem is being shown in its full extent. I was told that through the EBS, the European Broadcasting Service, that we are being broadcast throughout Europe and also to Bratislava, where right now the informal summit is taking place. It's just starting now. So I'm going to now switch to English.
For me to be here in Thessaloniki with you, among members of our big family of EPP and representatives of Europe's regional and local authorities, especially in times where populism and nationalism gain ground. Europe needs our big political family to be a solid pillar of stability, reliability, and prosperity for Europe. As you all know, I have served for 8 years as mayor of Athens. At that time, I was also a member of the Committee of Regions and president of the National Union of Local Governments in Greece. So I have an experience of how local authorities are confronted with the problem. It would be good for everybody in Europe to have this experience. I also strongly believe in the role and the impact that the regional and local authorities can have in bringing Europe closer to our citizens. It is you, the people of regional and local governments, who live, listen and discuss with the European citizens their everyday concerns and problems. Allow me to say that the contribution of the Greek regional and local authorities, and most importantly of the Greek people in dealing with the refugee crisis, has been remarkable against their limited resources, especially under the current well-known conditions. It is an example of the fundamental values on which our common European endeavour has been built on: solidarity, responsibility, and democracy. These common principles, these common values are there to remind us why the European Union remains the most attractive democratic project in our uncertain world. However, some people lately are turning their back to our common endeavour, convinced that we do not need common answers. They are convinced that it is more efficient to tackle each one alone challenges such as the migration crisis and the terrorist threats than being a member of the European family, which is gathering today, as I said in the beginning, in Bratislava for the informal meeting of the 27 heads of states and governments. The voices calling for walls, fences, and closed borders, unfortunately, are getting louder. They are the same voices that ask for solidarity à la carte and turning commitments and responsibility into populism and demagogy when they go from Brussels back to their countries. In other words, they have two languages. They give pledges in Brussels, and when they go back home, they articulate an inwards-looking nationalist political verb. In this context, I couldn't agree more with the message in the title of your meeting here in Thessaloniki today. The refugee crisis is a common challenge and needs a collective response. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2 days ago, President Juncker, in his speech at the State of the Union in Strasbourg, announced that the next 12 months are crucial to deliver a better Europe that protects, preserves the European way of life, empowers our citizens, defends at home and abroad, takes responsibility. For 2017, in the field, in the domain of migration and security, we will put strong emphasis on the protection and the better management of our external borders. Tolerance cannot come at the price of our security. I want to be clear. Those who come to Europe and have the right to international protection, they will get it. Those who do not have this right, they will have to return. This is why we establish legal avenues for migration, in order to crack down smuggling networks and avoid, which is very important, maybe the most important, loss of lives, while we introduce stricter rules regarding secondary movements. Since the adoption of the European Agenda on Migration the last 16 months, we have achieved a lot. We have developed a holistic approach addressing both the internal and external aspects of migration, dealing with, in short, mid and long-term perspectives. And we will continue delivering with the swift adoption by the co-legislators of our common European asylum system proposal, including the reform of the Dublin mechanism. With the effective implementation of the EU-Turkey statement, with the need to intensify relocations from Greece and Italy, to continue resettlements from Turkey to the European Union, to ensure effective returns, including the protection of the unaccompanied minors. With the swift operationalization of the European Borders and Coast Guard, with the implementation of the new migration partnership framework with third countries, especially the countries of Northern Africa, with the promotion on global level of a common response to migration. The European Commission has taken the lead. Now it is time for the co-legislators, the Council and the European Parliament to intensify their efforts for the prompt adoption of the initiatives already on the table. I really count on your support in this respect. But more than proposing new legislations and policies, what we need now is coordinated implementation and action, because there is our weakness. The key, as I said before, is responsibility and solidarity, not in words, but in practice, from all of us, the European institutions and, of course, the Member States. And as it was said yesterday in Strasbourg by the President, solidarity is the glue that keeps our Union together. I remind you that solidarity and responsibility, they are not only moral, abstract values. They are legal values, explicitly stipulated in the treaties of the Union. And now, allow me now to turn to Greek. Αγαπητές φίλες και φίλοι,
Friends, allow me to say that the migrant crisis has brought the structural weaknesses of the European asylum system to the fore as well. As you know, the Commission has already tabled its proposals for a root and branch reform of the existing system, the aim being to establish a fairer burden-sharing system in Europe between member states. Managing the migrant and refugee flows is not only up to the member states who face the pressure, Italy and Greece, as you know, because they are in the front line for refugees and migrants. It's a collective issue, and all of us have to shoulder their share of the burden. Some people feel that this is something which only affects the south of Europe. It took some time, not too long, before people realized that it's an issue for the entire Europe, the whole of Europe. In fact, then took a little bit longer until people realized it was a global issue. And tomorrow in New York, there is a conference beginning. It was called by the Secretary General because the Secretary General understood how important this was. The same was seen by the President of the United States, calling a similar conference in New York as well. So it's a global issue. We're not only talking about the 1.2 million refugees who are in Europe. There's another 50 million who are scattered around the world now, these people who are looking for a safe haven. So the entire global community needs to shoulder its responsibilities. On asylum, well, the rules, as I said, are being reformed now, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't continue to be implemented. We cannot allow asylum seekers to select the member state where they are going to submit their application, because otherwise all we're going to do is to facilitate organized trafficking circles. Member states, as we've said many times, have to show their solidarity in practice. Given the present conditions, solidarity and relocation are the two faces of the same coin. I would like to stress the important words of the President of the EPP parliamentary group in the European Parliament in Strasbourg just a few days ago, Mr. Weber. He said that in order to for Europe to genuinely show, it has to genuinely show its solidarity towards Greece and Italy. In the Aegean, the situation has clearly improved in respect of arrivals. They haven't been seriously affected by recent developments in Turkey. Now, the statement, we're talking about the statement or deal rather than agreement between the EU and Turkey, is holding up well, and it's being implemented. There are clear results from this, and we have to continue to work together, Europe and Turkey, to ensure that it is better and more fully implemented. I recently went to Ankara and I met with Mr. Erdogan, the president, and other members of the government, and that was confirmed there. Also, setting up and operating the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, which will step in for Frontex, I think will really further improve the situation for the EU. It's very important for Greece as well, as you can understand, and also the other countries on the front line, that the external borders of a member state are the common borders indeed for the whole of Europe. Just a few days ago in Strasbourg, there was a meeting where people discussed that as quickly as possible we should get the new body up and working. Now, on the 6th of October, somewhere close to Thessaloniki, there is going to be the inauguration, if you like, of this new body. So it's going to be a clear European response to a European problem. As I said beforehand, the way in which the Greeks have addressed the migration crisis has shown an example of responsibility, dignity and humanity, as well as solidarity. The position, the role of the European citizens with all of the economic crisis they're following, it's been recognized and respected in Europe as well as around the entire world. The situation in Greece, despite the initial delays, has shown progress. However, there are still a lot of steps which need to be taken. The European Commission is and will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Greece in addressing this crisis. The financial aid which has been extended to Greece is going to hit 1 billion euros in the very near future. Greece is the biggest beneficiary of European funding on the question of migration and the refugees. And that's correct. But Greece, for its part, also has to speed up its absorption of this fund so that we don't see decommitment of major funds from the national programme and emergency aid. Now, as quickly as possible, the reception facilities should be established, and we are increasing our support for material aid and training. An improvement of the asylum conditions, given the number of applications, is one of those areas to which we're attaching particular attention. On this question of returns to Greece for people who are seeking asylum in other countries, right now there is no question of this. A lot has been said. A lot has been done. But we should bear in mind that those who request asylum and the migrants who are in Greece right now, there's about 60,000 of them. such a high number already that it's not possible to think that others who are elsewhere in Europe should be returned over and above that number. Now, I wanted to stress this. It's something I've discussed in many occasions in the past with the President of New Democracy as well. And it's important to say that we have to retain a spirit of understanding on the migration question, as well as on security as well, which goes beyond our various different political colours. It's of crucial importance that we show national awareness to these crucial national issues, because only in that way can we address these major pressures which are being brought to bear on our country and our people. And I think that we have done much on that front, both in Greece and in Europe. As the European Commissioner responsible for migration, refugee, home affairs and citizenship issues, I would say how important all of this for cohesion in Europe and also for the future of its peoples. Major and serious political powers in Europe, as for example our own party, the EPP, are aware of the fact that they face major historic responsibility right now. They have to be at the level of the challenge, and they have to show that they are far removed from a populist stance. We're talking about the future generations here. We have to protect them because we cannot see our European construction starting to crumble at its basis from our generation. More than the economic crisis, I think it's the refugee issue, the migrant issue, which right now is threatening the cohesion of Europe. And that is fertile ground to be cultivated by the populist forces, the nationalist forces, and the demagogues out there. We have common challenges ahead of us, and we have to face them on the basis of the fundamental values of Europe. We have to come up with solutions to issues which are of importance to the European citizens, of course, but we cannot lose sight of the basis. We cannot lose sight of the historic path we have followed and on which the European Union has been built. Responsibility, solidarity and democracy, in other words. I think that within this crisis, we will come out stronger if we stand united. And that is the message, I think, which has to come out of this conference today. A decisive Europe, a strong Europe, and a united Europe. We shouldn't allow all of those who are looking backwards to take us back there, because basically I think that some of us may have had the prerogative of living this period of stability and peace, but we shouldn't take all that as a given, that it's something just happened. You know, the same applies for New Democracy as well, for democracy as well. I took part in a New York Times conference yesterday, and I said it shouldn't be taken as a given. It's under threat every day. And unfortunately, the forces of populism and nationalism are exploiting this. But I think within the other parties as well, we agree that there is convergence on the fact that we have to fight this nationalism. There is patriotism, we have that as well, but obviously we're not there. We have our differences, our traditions, our own identity. We can't become a federalist body, but patriotism, yes, but nationalism, you shouldn't hate other people's own nations as well. That's the difference between us and the others. And basically, I think that everything which was achieved after the dramatic circumstances of the Second World War, I mean, we could speak to the people from the Second World War, that's what they tell us right now. I know better than anyone else here that were not Marxists, but, you know, saying that history repeats itself. Wrong, Mr. Marx. History doesn't repeat itself. People repeat themselves because they're not aware of what's happened. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you very much for those comments. You thanked the local and regional authorities for their work and for their support. We are prepared to give you this support. That's one of the subjects for today's meeting. We can do nothing else. Refugees and migrants arrive in member states and they don't arrive at a national level. They arrive and live in local areas and regions, and they need to have school education, they need to have health care, they need the same as our own European citizens, and therefore it is the task of local and regional authorities to provide them with those facilities. But we can only do this when we get support. We need to have the support of our national governments. We also need to have the support of the European Commission and the European Union. It's a two-way thing. And there's another point I'd like to raise. I think that you rightly pointed out that migration is not just a problem of the EU and the EU neighborhood. It's a global problem. But that means, colleagues, in a historic stage where there's no reset button. We can't push a reset button and turn the clock back. Everything is in a state of flux at the moment throughout the whole world, and nothing will make the clock go back. So we can close our eyes and then we'll be overwhelmed, and thus we will become the objects. We will not become the subjects, or we can put our heads together and come up with common ideas about how we coordinate and integrate and guide developments. That's what we're talking about today. And we are in particular talking about what the special contribution of local and regional authorities can be to this exercise. And just one final word here in Greece. I'd like to stress that refugees and migrants who come to Greece and who come to Italy and Cyprus, and perhaps also in part to Spain, they're not just going to those specific member states. They want to go to the EU. And the refugees who are in Greece shouldn't just be a problem for Greece, as is the current situation. They have to be a problem for the whole of the EU to deal with. And the whole of the EU has to understand that this is a common problem facing us all. We can't just wait for others to resolve the problems, because we are all members of the Union. I think that this is a message which we have to get across to our guests here today. We are aware of this problem, specifically in the EPP group of the Committee of the Regions. So that brings us to the end of our introductory speeches. I'd like to thank the Commissioner once again. So we can now go to our first panel. I'm very happy that we were able to get a moderator here today, Mariana Piaggiotti. She is a very well-known journalist here in Greece, and for many years she has been the leader of the Karamanlis Foundation. So we'll change seats now, and then we'll continue with the first panel. Just let me announce that we're not going to have a coffee break because we're short of time. So after the first panel, we'll move seamlessly into the second panel. And I perhaps could ask all of you to keep your comments short and brief so that we can manage to get through our program by 1 o'clock, and we can also have time to briefly discuss the resolution. But I now hand over to Mariana Piaggiotti, please.
Thank you very much indeed to the President and to the Governor of the region and all the speakers of this morning. I will switch to English to facilitate things. It's very difficult already for those of us, for those who are following the meeting over the internet.
Obvious that we are dealing with a very, very important issue today. It's, I dare to say that this issue, as a final analysis, it tests our own humanity. Because after all, at the end of the day, we are talking about human lives. Human lives that they are really in a very difficult situation. And it's up to us to take the right decisions for them and to take the right decisions also for our societies and our countries. This is a very difficult situation for the European Union, and we are dealing with that right now. So, time is of essence. The conference schedule is divided into two parts. The first panel will discuss the EU migration policy, and the second panel will focus on the operational side. We have a strict timetable that we want to keep. I will kindly request from all the speakers to try and stay inside the time limits. And I think that we have to start with the first panel, a thriving EU migration policy through solidarity and partnership. It's very, very important. And I would like to start this panel, and the first speaker is Mr. José Carreira, Executive Director, European Asylum Support Office. Mr. Carreira was elected in January of 2016 at this position. He was previously the head of administration, and he has a lot of experience for many, many years in humanitarian relief operation in Europe, in Africa, and Asia. Mr. Carreira, please.
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting EASO. Thank you for the EPP and the Committee on Regions. Thanks also to the EPP for the support traditionally gives to EASO on the parliamentary discussions, on resources, on LEAP committee, on different committees at the Parliament level, and also on the ongoing discussions of the new negotiations of the new regulation for the upcoming asylum agency. And that's probably what I would like, the main message that I would like to bring here today. At the end of 2014, just before the current crisis that we are all speaking about today and Europe is talking about for many months and will continue to talk about for sure, EASO was just a little office based in Malta with a support function. In fact, the acronym EASO is for a support office. The last two letters in the acronym is for support office. We are a support office, but we are much more than that now. We were a small organization, a think tank, based on training, capacity building, with certain little operational support, again on capacity building, but zero operational capacity to deal and manage with the inflow of migrants as they started to be, and the dimension they started to have last year. I can tell you as an illustration that at the end of 2014, and when the beginning of 2015, 18 months ago only, the fluxes started to be like they were, the development plans for EASO was to increase by two staff members. So that was the plan. In 2016 and 15, EASO will have an extra 2 staff members and maybe 50,000 euros more. Of course, it could not stand, and we could not respond the way we have responding, and we are responding at the moment. I would like to bring to your attention a number of important meetings. In April last year, the Council had the first 10 initial points. EASO is mentioned that as an important player. the Commission tabled in May the migration agenda. There have been important council meetings, the summits on the Western Balkans, the 9th of November meeting in Valletta with African countries and the conclusions of those summits. Then there are some initial meetings with Turkey that culminated a few months later in March this year with the EU statement on Turkey. And it's immediately after that, so we're talking about 6 months ago, that we started having the real operations in Greece and Italy. Of course, the concepts of relocation and hotspots started about a year ago. If I'm not wrong, exactly today, a year ago, the first decision on relocation is taken by the Council. EASO is at the center of this evolvement of the common asylum system. I can tell you that maybe a bit more than the 10 fingers of my both hands are necessary, but not much more than that to count the number of irregular migrants crossing the borders, the external borders, that do not apply for asylum or some sort of subsidiary protection. So everyone, every single one practically that crosses the border applies for asylum. And they, according to the current legislation, and for sure the new package of legislation being discussed, they are entitled to individual attention. At least one interview. Normally, it doesn't stop that or there. And many of them, of course, have appeals. They go into appeals that generate second interviews and involvement of courts and tribunals. And that's where our work is. Frontex, it's, let's say, the first agency, together with the member states' authorities that have a containment action at the external borders. They also do some sort of registrations and fingerprinting, but the moment a migrant applies for asylum or any sort of protection, our work starts. And we have now about 9 offices in Greece alone, and about 15 to 16 in Italy. And that has been set up in a matter of months. And on average, we have in both countries between 200 and 300 people working. Not all of them, of course, our own staff. We work with member states experts, with specialists, with interpreters. So for each interview, we have a caseworker and 1 or 2 interpreters, depending on the languages. And that demands a lot. I visited yesterday our installations here and our offices for the, not for the first time, but and the logistics is impressive. Communications, mobile communications, contacts with local authorities, cooperation, daily work with law enforcement, follow-up of the work processes that we initiate, reception services with the Greek reception services, with the NGOs, with local authorities to a certain extent. We work a lot with port authorities, especially in the islands, not so much in the mainland, in Greece. We work with even with individuals and landowners. In Greece, we had to reach agreement with landlords to install our own facilities for processing the cases. So therefore, the relationship with the regions, with the civil society, with the local authorities in Greece is paramount for the success of our work. And we do it every day. We don't do it just in conferences. We do it today, this morning, tomorrow, next week, over the weekend, and for sure over the next years to come. And I don't want to extend too long my intervention. I would like to give you the floor also to come with tough questions. Please ask tough questions, because those are the nicer ones. EASO is soon to be not a support office anymore, but a fully fledged agency. And there's where the Commission has taken the initiative to propose amendments to the packages, to the legal frameworks. Initially in May this year, There were three very important proposals on the table for the member states to discuss: the Eurodac, the new Dublin IV, and the new regulation for EASO. And following that, in July, there were a second package on procedures, directive procedures, reception, and qualification directives. In a nutshell, the European Union is revising the entire legal framework and the operational tools. We're talking about policies, resources, tools, actors, and ways of working together. This is all being reviewed. And EASO is perhaps in the center of all of that. So the main changes will be about the size, the capacity to intervene, the capacity to respond, the means for doing that. In the planning documentation, we're supposed to grow in the next few years up to 500 staff members, from about 50 to 500, so everything is about zeros. We're not talking about small percentages. The resources will go in that direction, and if we are already working with the local authorities, the local communities, the ports, the asylum services, the reception services, the law enforcement agencies, with the size we have currently, what is expected from us will require much more integration, much more working closer with those regions, with those authorities, extracting synergies from all sources of funding. We also benefit extraordinarily at the moment from certain types of emergency funding, like the member states. They are available with their rules, you know it as well as I do, and I'm sure that they need to be explored to the maximum so they can produce the results that we all expect. I could continue to talk about how fast we're growing and how important we're going to be, and that's true, but probably giving time constraints, I think I gave you the tone of what is the evolvement from a little support office to a fully fledged agency, how fast that is happening. It's not a plan for the future, it's happening today. We have about 50 people working here in Thessaloniki, if I'm not wrong. We have offices and operations in Alexandropolis. We're very active in Athens, even bigger than here. And we are at least in 5 offices in 5 different islands in the non-continental territory of Greece. In Italy, we're even more dispersed. We're from Milan to the south, and we might have about 19 locations where we are active and present. Thank you very much for your attention. I think this serves as an appetizer for your questions, and I think I will limit my initial intervention to these words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carreira. I'm sure that we're going to, in the end of this panel, we're going to discuss a lot of what you said. Now I'm giving speech to Mr. Daniel Estras, a pioneer in Greece for us. We know him very, very well. For years and years, he became the member of the Organization of Migration from 1987, and now he is the chief of the International Organization of Migration in Greece, very active and very successful in the Greek problem. Thank you, Mr. Estras, please.
Thank you very much for your nice words. Indeed, I used to be young.
Me too. we don't make no comments for that.
It's almost 30 years that I'm working for IOM, so I've been all over the world. Indeed, there is a lot of experience. A few words about IOM. Let me see how this thing works, because, okay. IOM is in the governmental organization. It was established in 1951, 165 member states, and is dealing with migration since the 50s. Anything that has to do with moving population, we are the leading agency in the world. And something new, which is not very new, but it's official, this month also UN becomes a UN organization. There was a special, let's say, relation with the UN in the past years, but now officially IOM became a member of UN. It's self-explanatory. Don't forget that migration is a very important thing for the EU, for the United Nations, and is to create a new migration organization didn't work since IOM was here for the last 65 years. So then it was the most logical thing that IOM will be a full IOM, a full UN member. So with that, this is a new thing. The General Assembly is this week in New York will sign the agreement. Well, this is a map of the world showing the presence of IOM. As you can see, we're literally in every country in the world, and that shows that migration is really an issue, a phenomenon that covers all over the world, regardless if it's a country of origin, a transit country, or a receiving country. As you probably know, Greece has passed from all these stages, started as a sending country and then became a transit country, and for the last decade is definitely de facto, at least, receiving country. And this is a map of Greece showing the presence of IOM in Greece. We're in all islands, of course, in Evros, in West part. There are more offices right now that we're going to open in the very near future, I mean next week. What we do here in Greece actually is three main things, three main projects. The Return project, which is since 2010, it's helping third country nationals to go back home on a voluntary basis, of course, with dignity and with safety. And I can say that this is a very successful program. We'll see also the numbers after that. We also involved in the relocation, the program that the Commissioner said before, mentioned before, concerning the refugees that are here in Greece and should be relocated in other European countries. You will see also numbers of this program too, and also on the humanitarian crisis, which is we're helping and assist the government on building accommodation and giving services to the refugees. And the numbers, as we said, this is the arrivals in 2015. You can see here, starting from January to December, how things were changing. I remember in 2014, we were saying that 10,000 people a year is a lot of people coming in Greece. And suddenly, we arrived in one day to have 10,000 people. Many days. 10,000 arrivals, believe me, if you're not there, you cannot really understand the magnitude of the issue. I mean, you should be there to see. It's difficult. Not a country in the world would be able to manage this kind of arrivals, registration, screening, not even just to receive them. It's a very big thing. I believe that this really, it was a very, very difficult exercise for Greece. We have to give it to the, really, to say bravo to the local population in some islands, not in every island. And because I want to be clear and very sincere of what I'm saying, and because our host is the municipalities and the regions and the local governments, the local governments and the municipalities should be part of the solution and not part of the problem. But sometimes, especially in 2015, some of them were part of the problem. And we have to mention that just to have a comparison with other municipalities that they should get the Nobel Prize. I'm not referring to Lesbos, to the island of Lesbos. To be more precise, I think the island of Lesbos should be the Nobel Prize winner for the 2015. Well, in some other places, the reception was not as it was, to say the least, in Lesbos Island. And let's go to 2016. You see the difference. As from April, we have the agreement. which is very important, and the Commissioner was right. We should really be very careful and keep this agreement as long as we can. I'm talking about the EU-Turkey agreement. You can see the numbers. Even the slight small increase in August doesn't say really anything. It's just saying that because of the drop in the prices for the transportation from the smugglers, in 2015 it was around 1,000 euros, and now it's less than 150 euros. It's a huge drop in the price. And that's why maybe some of the very, very poor people that couldn't come with the big prices, they came during the summer, but again, this is a very slight increase, and the increase is mainly not in refugee population. This is also an important factor to remember, that shows that we're going back to the old times with the classic irregular migration that we knew from the old times. That means it's not that the crisis is over. I hope it will be over with the new agreement about the ceasefire in Syria, because the solution is one. I mean, the war. I mean, stop the war, crisis is over. Let's be honest. All the others are, just patches in a wound. So I hope this will be over, because the people really are suffering, and this is what I wanted to show to you. This is a map that you won't see it anywhere else. It's a big project that IOM is doing worldwide, and it's called Missing Migrants Project. It concerns trans-border deaths, that people die trying to pass any border in the world. From there, and this is a registered death, the deaths we know. I mean, imagine the ones that we don't know. So for 2015, we had 5,000 migrants, a little bit over than 5,000 migrants. If you see, the first in the list is the Mediterranean. 3,671 registered deaths. So what the newspapers were saying is true. A huge cemetery. Mediterranean Sea is a huge cemetery. If you go to the number 2, which is the Bengali Bay, it's only 736. And number 3, US-Mexico borders, 223. I'm not saying that even one death is enough, I understand, but imagine the 3,671. Huge difference. And indeed, it's not a European, of course, definitely not a Greek problem, and not a European problem, it's a global problem. These deaths and this picture that we see in these numbers. And now it seems that it will be more, I mean, the situation could become worse. Why? Because yes, indeed, let's go to 2016, what we have until now. The numbers are still there, as you can see. The year is not over, and we're already 3,164 in Mediterranean. Now, everybody's happy because the numbers dropped in the Aegean Sea, and that's true. That doesn't mean, as I said, that these flows will stop. The smugglers are smuggling and trafficking, they're businessmen. This is business, and very good business. Believe me, a lot of money are involved. So they will not stop. They will try to find another way as not to lose the clientele. Last week I had the discussion with a journalist from New York Times, and he called me to tell him what I was thinking about the future. And he was in Turkey, and I asked him, I said, what is the situation there? What's going on? He said, well, I'm in the square that everybody used to gather to get the boat. Now all the hotels around are empty. And I spoke to a smuggler, and he was telling me that, quote unquote, that some time ago I couldn't have enough boats, and now I cannot even fill up a boat, which is good news for us, of course. But on the other hand, where all these people will go? we see a lot of accumulating of Syrians in Egypt. And there is an increase from North Africa to Italy as it goes in the previous years. That means Lampedusa and all these things will come back again in the press. Exactly. And it's not only the sub-Saharans as they used to be in the past. So that shows something. That shows that there's a new way. I mean, go back to the old way because this doesn't work anymore, because nobody will pay to come in Greece if the borders are closed. You don't understand why this is happening. On the other hand, though, if you see the numbers, you will see, though, that we had almost 1 million people coming through the Aegean last year, the victims were a lot less. Why? Very easy. Small distance, small boats. I mean, 15, 20 people in a boat, that even the boat would sink, then you have 15, 20 victims. I'm not saying that this is right, but at least it's not the 700 people vessels that are traveling from North Africa to Italy. There you have one shipwreck, 700 victims immediately. So I'm afraid that now this number will go up because of the Mediterranean route. And this is the returns. This is something that I'm very happy and proud to say that we did it very well. We started in 2010 with nobody believed that people would like to go back home on their own will, that means on a voluntary base. So they gave us very little money to start. Then when we saw that the second day we had 2,000 people outside our door in the office coming and telling us, please take us back home, then we thought, we understood immediately that's going to be a big thing. So in 2013, we almost 10,000 people in 1 year, and there's a small drop, especially 2015. This is because of the refugee crisis and because of the gap in the European Commission for all the new programs. There was a big gap. Anyway, we started again in 2016. You see that we're already almost 5,000 people. It goes well. It shows that there is a big need of these people to go back home. And in the end of the day, if someone is eating from garbage and is homeless and he's vulnerable to any kind of exploitation and explosion and whatever, so it's better to go back home. And that's why we're having this. And this is the relocation. This relocation project is, you know how it was started last year. 66,000 people it was voted by the European Union from Greece to go back to relocate it to European countries. It's only 3,706. Why? Well, what can I say? There are no pledges. This is the member states should do the pledges to the asylum service, saying that we would accept so many people. So then we start doing the process, and immediately they're going back. So the delay is not from Greece, it's not from us, it's only from the member states that they're delaying on accepting people. I don't know if we're going to have any extension because it was only for 2 years. I hope that now we'll go faster. I hope so, that everybody hopes that this will go faster. Don't forget that from the 60,000, half of them, 30,000 are eligible for relocation. We saw that in the pre-registration exercise that was done 2 months ago. So hopefully they will be able to be relocated in Europe. Now, the third big project that we do is, as I said, the emergency response. We're having this distribution of NFIs, helping the Greek government on capacity building and reconstructing centers that will be both the temporary and the centers that will be permanent, that will accommodate these people, and as long as they are in Greece. So based on that, we hope that this will be, and based on the fact, of course, that we will not have new arrivals, because nobody can say anything for certain in migration and it's volatile. I mean, what we say today, tomorrow, everything can change, for better or worse. So based on what we have right now, that means that out of the 60, the 30,000 could be relocated, another 10,000 could be repatriated. So the rest of the people that will remain there will be easy to be controlled, accessed, and backed up with a very big thank you to ECHO and also DG Home. Thank you, Mr. De Brouwer, for your help and assistance. It wouldn't be possible without you to have this emergency response. And these some photos of what IOM is doing in the camps. And of course, this is from the last year when we were really literally on the sea trying to get the boats out to save the people. I'm ready for any questions you have. Thank you very much.
And I would like to give the speech now to Mr. Olgierd Geblewicz. He's President of Western Pomerania, Poland, Vice President of the Commission for Citizenship and External Relations. And he recently also visited Chios, the island of Chios, in a relocation camp. So, welcome.
Thank you very much for giving me a floor. I have to explain that, actually I'm some kind of substitute here on this table because I was asked yesterday, because we had a problem with one of our guests, to say some words about our mission, our visit of a delegation of COR in Chios. As we said, Polish interpretation. I think that it will be better for me to switch into Polish. I would like to have an intervention about our visit in Kyiv, and in second part I would like to say a few words about the Poland, about the situation in Poland, about the approach of our government, because I think that we are in a one family, one political family, and I think that it is good time and good place to say a few maybe bitter words about the approach of our government towards our common challenges and main challenges, I mean the refugees in Europe. Tak więc, szanowne panie I szanowni panowie.
Ladies and gentlemen. So please put your headphones on. I think that's going to be necessary because I'm assuming that not all of you have a perfect command of Polish. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the 21st and 22nd of July, I was able to take part in a COR mission to Chios. And there were very high representatives of the CIVEX committee who also took part in that mission. Mr. Da Costa, and there were also representatives of the COCTA committee present. So for someone like me who has not been personally affected by the refugee and migration crisis, this was very important to have these other participants. The visit was organized by the local authorities. The mayor of Chios, I think, is present here today, and he organized the visit. And he wanted to show us what the situation was and is on the ground. In July this year, the number of migrants on Chios had fallen compared to the autumn of 2015 and also compared to the spring of 2016. The number of migrants had in fact stabilized in July. But that didn't mean that there was no longer a problem on the island. During our visit, we were able to visit two particular sites where refugees are now living. Now, at one of the sites, there was a camp which was very well organized, very professional, and the camp was just 8 kilometers away from the town of Chios. In fact, it was an old factory which had been refurbished in order to take into account the needs of refugees and migrants. So they were given a roof over their heads, and the necessary facilities had been constructed. Their asylum applications were processed there too. During the time we were there, we were told that 1,000 people are currently living there. I can remember one of the slogans which was written on the walls, and this slogan was, "Refugees are not your enemies. Your enemies have turned us into refugees and migrants." And I think that reflects the spirit of the people in the factory. The second site we visited was Dessago Sauda. Dessago Sauda was supposed to be a temporary camp. It was created during the first wave of refugees. And it was located in a castle. 350 meters away from the local administration offices. There were tents which are being put up, and as I said, it was supposed to be a temporary site, but it was still being used. And I think this reflects the fact that the situation has in fact deteriorated. And as I said, it was practically in the center of the town. What we saw there and what we were told by representatives of NGOs is that migrants' main problem is time. It takes a long time for asylum applications to be processed, and therefore they're living in uncertainty. And this uncertainty leads to frustration and tensions. And if you take into account the emotional side of things, that people in these camps come from different countries and speak different languages, there are problems of communication, there are cultural issues. Well, all of that means that after a while, these emotions threaten to boil over. I'd like to highlight the special role which is being played by NGOs. They're trying to improve conditions for refugees and migrants. Obviously, local and regional authorities are trying to create decent living conditions for them, but the NGOs do a huge amount of additional work. I'm talking here about local NGOs as well as national NGOs, and also international ones. Such as the Red Cross. Now, volunteers from the whole of Europe were in the camps. The volunteers who are working there on an everyday basis said it's very difficult to work with families who have no idea about what's going to happen with them. It's very difficult to work with the children as well as their mothers and fathers, and the reason for that is this huge emotional uncertainty that they're living in. We also saw the extent of the burden which has to be borne by local and regional authorities. However, I think that the local authorities have coped very well with the problem. But of course, the whole thing generates costs for the local economy. I mean, you just need to look at tourism. You just need to look at Lesbos. Losses in the tourism sector have amounted to about 70%. So the local economy is also losing out on the island of Chios. And it's become more and more difficult to do business. So the negative impact on SMEs can be felt as well, and I think that's something that we also need to discuss. If we want to contribute to rebuilding the local economy in these places. Then last but not least, we shouldn't lose sight of the position of people who actually live in these places. Those living on Chios have always been very open and welcoming of refugees, but they're getting tired. They are suffering economic consequences, as I said, of the inflows. And as I have said, one of the camps was to be found more or less in the center of the town. And this inevitably has led to a change in attitude towards the migrants. And it doesn't help that the asylum procedures take so long. So we're now running out of time in Europe. We invited the mayor to our discussions recently. So that he could tell us exactly what he needed. The Solidarity Fund should be made more use of to provide support, to support the local economy in particular. I mean, if we're in a situation where fisheries are suffering, then we try and increase the fish stocks and provide support to local fishermen. We have to adopt specific instruments here too in order to stimulate the local economy. This is absolutely necessary. I'd just like to now briefly describe the situation in my country, Poland. As you know, at the peak of the crisis in 2015, there were general elections in Poland, and there is no doubt that the migration and refugee crisis was exploited during the electoral campaign by those groups which were mentioned today by Commissioner Avramopoulos. The populists have taken this subject to their hearts, and populism is growing in Europe, and it's particularly growing in Poland. People's attitude towards European solidarity and towards the migrants is not the same as the attitude of members of the EPP. The attitude in Poland has been dominated by the current government. In autumn 2015, we were still in power, and we said that we were prepared to take in refugees. We said that Poland is a country of solidarity, and we wanted to show that by taking in refugees. However, there was a change in power, a change in government, and we are now extremely uneasy about the situation. We are bound to the values of Christian democracy. But the parties who are now in power have now taken over the public media organizations, and the public media organizations say nothing positive at all about refugees and migrants. They're not telling the truth. Basically, they're just creating fear amongst the population. Now, there are fears in any society. Polish society is more or less uniform. And in a society like that, it's very difficult to exploit people's fears. And that's what the new government is now doing. I hope I haven't spoken for too long, but I did want to say that we are members of a political group where solidarity is important. But Polish populists seem to be finding some support amongst parties which are members of our group. If we want to tackle this problem, we have to tackle it in our own group. And then a few words about protecting our borders and Frontex's role. The Commissioner said that tolerance is not something which should be adopted at the expense of security. We have to say that to our citizens. We have to say that we're not going to take actions which undermine security. We want to guarantee our citizens' security. This is a way of taking the wind out of the sails of the populists. I know what I'm talking about here because I am experiencing this populism in my own country. Thank you very much.
Mr. Geblevich, and I would like now to ask if some of the participants wants to put some question. Okay, we start with the lady. With the lady. Yes, and I think this is the your name, please, and your identity, please. The microphone somewhere. We need something. No, here. Okay. Mrs. Kalogirou.
Ονομάζομαι Χριστιάνα Καλογύρου. My name is Mrs. Kalogirou. I am the regional governor for the Northern Aegean, which is a region which includes those islands that have and still have to deal with the largest burden of the refugee crisis, Samos, Chios, and Mytilene. The question of refugees and the migration issue, it's not just something you read about in the newspaper, it's not something you watch on the news, on the television, it's not just the pictures and the photographs that you've seen. However interesting all of these may be, as far as we're concerned, things are somewhat different because we have to live with this unprecedented crisis and have been doing so for several months. Interruption from the moderator. Could you just come to the point? I will begin by giving you a general picture and then I'll go forward with the question. We don't have time for further discussion. We're in dire straits. We're in a difficult situation because we haven't dealt with the crisis as we should have. My question is therefore, how can we be more efficient and effective in ensuring that this question is addressed and to ensure that immediately we do something by organize redistribution of asylum seekers to reduce the burden from the 60,000 migrants and refugees in the country. Over 10,000 are in the northern Aegean Islands. More than 9,500 of those have applied for asylum, but only about 40 to 50 asylum applications can be examined per day.
You would like to answer?
Well, maybe I try. Yes. I try for sure to answer. What can we do? Definitely, there are different processes that need to be understood. So many times we talk just about relocation in the islands. There's a discussion going on whether the migrants arriving and applying for protection after the March agreement with Turkey will be entitled to be relocated or not. This is not entirely clear yet, because everybody arriving after that date falls under the EU agreement with Turkey. So they're supposed to be subject to a quick process, and they are, at least from our side. EASO is not in the beginning of the workflow and is not at the end of the workflow. We get files from law enforcement authorities, initial registration of a migrant, then they are interviewed by us and we give the file back. But barely everyone applies for the first level decision, and then it goes to courts and it goes to appeal processes, and they continue to be entitled to stay. So that's one of the reasons. Of course, then the very, very core of the purpose of the agreement with Turkey is not really working, which is to return them back to Turkey, where the EU considers, under the agreements, I think this parliamentary group also agrees with that, that Turkey has sufficient guarantees and has given sufficient guarantees over the last few months under this agreement that the refugees arriving from Turkey would have the same sort of protection and attention in Turkey territory. So I would say that that's the main reason why migrants are still there, because they're still appealing for it and they have to continue to be there. The Greek government and other institutions are looking into the possibility to transfer the ones that appeal to other programs. but not immediately into relocation, and relocation itself also has its limitations. So that's the main explanation. I could elaborate more, but I think the overview is like that.
Okay, some other question, please. Mr. Agorastos.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you. Well, there's a question that needs to be answered, and that is where all of this phenomenon is taking us. Our society is asking that, and they're saying, why in this blessed state with its own structures, cleanliness, why do they have to be responsible for managing the migratory crisis? Why is it questionable NGOs who are doing this? Where are the organized people who should be doing this? They're pretty much not out there at all. Now, Greece has spent more than 1.5 billion in international funds on migration issues, but it hasn't received even 40% of that from Europe. Let me repeat once again. Money has been spent in certain directions. We have a humanitarian crisis in this country, an economic crisis in dealing with poverty, as I say, the migrant and refugee crisis, and we're calling for new economic measures when we are suffering economically as well. Europe, they're not asking Europe to give more, they're saying, why can't Europe give better with more value added? And the main question is, when you have a correct action, a correct step to take, basically I'm saying the local and regional authorities were there from the first word. They rolled up their sleeves, they put in what they had when they didn't really have anything to give, but they were in there fighting on the front line of this crisis. But then you push them out. They have proven themselves in very positive terms, and they are now being excluded. It looks like we're a third world country, basically. So what I'm saying, well, what we have to ask is, when are we going to stop putting our heads in the sand in the light of reality? When are we going to address the essence of this? Because now is the hour of truth. Right now, this migrant crisis is getting into its own dynamics and possibly a risky phase. And we, as a local self-government, we're stepping forward. But the risk is that there are going to be consequences, negative consequences for our own communities. Thank you.
Νομίζω ότι η τοποθέτηση ήταν περισσότερο για να γίνει.
Well, I think that was a comment, really. You wanted to make the comment rather than asking the questions as such.
As to those questions, I have to remind that Mr. Agorastos is also a governor of the region of Thessalia in Greece. Now you, please.
And the head of all the governments in Greece.
Okay. So I would love to give the speak to Mr. Ankisi. Thank you. Please.
Sì, io tengo sott'occhio il documento che è stato.
Well, I'm looking at the document which was prepared. I think it was very well prepared. However, I'd just like to make a few requests for amendment. And I'd just like to explain them now. Point 6, which relates to asylum, the asylum system. This is absolutely basic.
The time that we had, or we are talking about the document, we are just talking about, in this panel, if you have some question to the participants.
Sì, ma corrisponde.
Well, yes, but there is a relationship between what I'm saying and what you're discussing. And when you're talking about a reform which simplifies the processing of asylum applications, I think that we have to add something about reducing the time that such procedures take in point 6. There are 3 judicial steps which have to be gone through in asylum procedures, and all of those stages individually takes up a long time. In fact, one of them can take up to a maximum of 5 years. Now, I've analysed the applications which have been made, and 68% of them were rejected by the independent committee. So what we have to do is actually reduce the number of stages and also to reduce the time of these stages. Because when the committee or commission takes a decision, then it should just take a few weeks rather than a few months, and the same applies to the rest of these stages. And if an asylum applicant or the asylum applicants are rapidly sorted between those who have a right to asylum and those which do not have rights, then those who do not have rights should be sent back to their country of origin. And this is in point 8. There needs to be community support for this at an organizational level. That's the point I would add. And also at a financial level. Because to send these migrants back to their countries by plane, accompanied by security guards, is an absolutely basic problem. We need to have the funds to be able to organize it properly. So I've proposed some amendments which I'm going to give to the Secretariat.
Okay. The question? There is no question. Okay. Can I...
Chiedo se si conviene.
I'm just asking you whether you agree to the proposed amendments I've made.
The speakers in the panel?
You think they're appropriate?
Okay. I would love to have the next question to Mrs. Growells. Growells? I don't know. You have to speak in the microphone.
Ah, yeah,
Loud.
okay. Yeah, thank
Okay?
you. Thank you. Oui.
Thank you.
Je vais parler en français. En fait,
I'm going to speak French. I'd just like to agree with the comments or the questions put by my predecessor. It's true that in the short term in Europe, a plan was drawn up in order to deal with the refugee crisis, and specific measures have been adopted, but the feeling remains that everything happens too slowly. So my specific question is, a lot has already been done, but what can still be done in order to speed things up? Those of you who are working on the ground, what do you need for procedures to take place even more quickly? That's my first question. And secondly, you're working closely together with the local and regional authorities, but the general public in Greece is not aware of what's already happened. I mean, I've spoken here with taxi drivers and people in the town. They're just not aware of what's already been done. And I'd just like to ask you whether you have something in your organization to raise awareness of the general population, to inform ordinary people, the local population, of what is being done. I think information is key, and I'd like to ask you whether it's part of your actions. And then a third question. We saw figures about the blue borders, that is, migrants arriving by sea, I assume. But what happens to those refugees who come into the country by land? Are there still refugees who are coming in from Turkey but by land? Is that part of the agreement with Turkey? I'd like to have a bit more information on that, please.
Κύριε Ανδράς.
Θα είμαι πολύ σύντομος. Πρώτα απ' όλα, τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε, το θέμα του ασύλου είναι...
I'll be very quick. It's a very complex problem, but up until the agreement was reached, we had a very small percentage of returns, and now we have 100% pushback. So we really see that the whole system of asylum has been addressed, and every individual asylum application is dealt with separately. Every individual is separate, and everything has to be done according to the correct procedures, which does lead to certain delays. But what we're seeing is a decrease gradually of the amount and the volume of refugees and an increase in irregular migration. This doesn't mean that if you want to apply for asylum, you can't do so, regardless of whichever country you come from. But we need more people, more staff. We need more people working on this issue, in examining the actual applications themselves, and we need to reduce the time frame, but of course this mustn't be to the detriment of the whole procedure, because we mustn't overlook the fact that an asylum seeker who has made an application may not actually be eligible for asylum, but who is going to take responsibility for deciding that? Now, with regard to people arriving from the sea or by land, the fact is, a couple of years ago, most of the migrants from Turkey came through the Evros, so the land borders, although there is a river Evros, that's water. It's very dangerous indeed as well. A lot of people have died crossing over the Evros River, but then after the Syrian escalation of the crisis, the easier solution seemed to be by sea. It seemed to be to come from the islands, therefore. There are figures with regard to land crossings, but there are so few in comparison to those arriving by sea.
Speakers of the first panel, thank you very, very much for your participation, and we have to change now the panel, and during this process I think that we can also see a video message by Commissioner Stylianidis that is I think available now, is it? It is, I think so. And to tell you that in the second panel we are going to see the EU measures aiming at safeguarding the external borders of European Union. And we are going to examine the cooperation between all relevant stakeholders, regarding humanitarian aid and integration measures, in particular in Greece. Now,
dear President Schneider, dear Governor Dizzikostas, honorable members, dear friends, I very much regret that I cannot be with you today in Thessaloniki. We all know very well the crucial role of regional and local authorities in managing the refugee crisis. You are the first to realize what the needs are. You are often the first-line responders to provide shelter, food, medical care, psychological support. This has been the case in Greece. The local authorities and societies in the country have shown their solidarity, their humanity, and their immediate availability to help in any way possible, to help their fellow human beings who have fled war, looking for a safe sanctuary from the islands to Athens, to Thessaloniki. Their dedication is admirable. I've said this repeatedly. The refugee crisis presents us with multiple challenges. We need to coordinate and cooperate more efficiently, all actors, European, national, regional, local. And civil society integration is a key test for all of us. And only together we can make this a success. As we speak, almost 60,000 refugees are in Greece. But in these difficult circumstances, Greece is not alone. The European Union stands by Greece. And we will continue to do so far as long as is necessary to respond to the humanitarian needs of the refugees and migrants. Last week, I was in Thessaloniki where I announced an additional 115 million euros in support of the humanitarian needs of refugees in Greece. This comes in addition to the 83 million euros announced in April. This assistance is being provided through international humanitarian actors, such as the UNHCR, the Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations. Daily needs must be supplemented with more medium-term solutions. This is why the new support will focus on 4 priorities. First, improvement of existing shelters and construction of new ones in the camp facilities ahead of the upcoming winter. Secondly, delivery of direct assistance to refugees. This way we protect their dignity, definitely. We make our aid more efficient, and at the same time, we support the local economy. Third, help refugee children to access education. And fourth, a tragic aspect of this unprecedented crisis, provide special care for unaccompanied minors. This assistance is complementary to the funds that my dear colleague Dimitris Avramopoulos is responsible for. I know you will discuss both these issues in more detail later this morning. I wish you every success, and I look forward to hearing about the conclusion of this important conference. Thank you so much.
Well, that was the message of the Commissioner, and now we start the second panel, and we'll start with Jean-Louis de Brouwer. He's a Director of Europe, Eastern Neighborhood and Middle East, with a lot of experience in issues. He spent 18 years in the Justice and Home Affairs Department, specializing in migration and asylum questions. And I would like to thank you and welcome you to this panel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's always impressive to speak after your boss. But as we have been asked to limit our intervention to the maximum, that will tremendously help me. So I will just limit myself to 3-4 comments complementing the information that was shared with you by Commissioner Stylianides. We are, for the first time ever in the humanitarian aid history of the Union, intervening in a member state. We have indeed this new instrument, which is the Emergency Support Instrument, which has been designed to support member states confronted with a humanitarian situation which completely overwhelmed their capacity because of its sudden character and its magnitude. This instrument is meant to last for 3 years. It has an overall envelope of 700 million euro, 300 million euro this year. If you are good at maths, if you have heard what Commissioner Stylianides said, you have heard that we are already committed about 2/3 of the envelope foreseen for this year. We still have a buffer of 100 million euro. Greece is not necessarily meant to be the one and only beneficiary. I mean, the Council has decided that this instrument will be made available to each and every member state meeting the condition and affected by the ongoing refugee crisis. I would like also to stress the relevancy of the 4 priorities identified by Commissioner Stylianides. Winterization. We are racing against time. We are racing against time, and as of today, I would not bet that we are going to be ready through our partner, with our partner, to offer to each and every of the 60,000 refugees stranded in Greece nowadays decent conditions to overcome the winter. There, my first appeal, my first call to the local authorities, help us, be enablers and not blockers. Second priority, children and education. HCR has issued today a report, a damning report. Mind you, worldwide, 1 refugee children out of 2 is out of school. No schooling facility for these refugee children, 1 out of 2. Here again, local authorities have an absolutely key role to play in shouldering this effort. Last but not least, the development of a multi-purpose cash system transfer. Our ambition is that, as we do in Turkey, as of next year, each and every refugee staying in Greece would be endowed with a card, with an electronic token, with a little sum of money available, and which would allow him or her to find back its dignity of human being, not depending on food ratios distributed, well distributed 3 times a day in camps, but able to buy what he needs for the common, to ensure a decent livelihood for this family, and therefore to reinject this money in the local economy. This instrument was not the only way the EU supported and shouldered the effort of Greece, its people and its authorities. We had also, in the early days of the crisis, activated the so-called EU Civil Protection Mechanism. The EU Civil Protection Mechanism is an in-kind solidarity mechanism through which member states can provide, voluntary member states on a voluntary basis, can provide one of them which is in deep trouble with support in kind. 19 member states out of 28 responded to that call, provided in the early days of the crisis, Greece through the Greek civil protection with items like tents, tarpaulins, eating facilities, cooking facilities, all kinds of shelter that you can, and of course also drugs and medical devices. Second comment. Because of the very mandate of ECHO, we are nowadays dealing not only and supporting your effort in taking care of the refugees which are in Greece today, but we are also, you know, at EU level, we are most full about dealing with the root causes of migration. What does that mean? It means that today I have colleagues trying to unblock 20 trucks full of medicines and food, which are blocked at the Turkish-Syrian border and which are desperately trying to reach Aleppo. It means that nowadays I have colleagues developing contingency planning measures around Mosul in Iraq, where we expect the mother of all battle against Daesh to start mid-October. I mean, what is happening in Aleppo in Syria today is an appetizer in comparison with what might happen around Mosul in the course of next year. That means that at this very moment I have colleagues trying to design contingency measures to help Afghanistan to cope with the massive return, forced return of Afghanistan refugees stranded in Pakistan, which, if they are not offered decent conditions in living in Pakistan, will end up 3 weeks after in boats or even in containers crossing from Istanbul to wherever in Europe. We are in Turkey. I mean, Christos Stylianides will inaugurate on the 26th of September in Istanbul, together with the head of the WFP and the Turkish government, the biggest ever humanitarian aid program of ECHO, 350 million euro for the benefit of Turkey in receiving and hosting and sheltering refugees. We are in Lebanon, we are in Jordan, and we are also, mind you, further down the road in the Western Balkans, where we have an ongoing ongoing program of 22 million euro humanitarian aid, also to deal with the situation of refugees and displaced persons. Last but not least, the role of the local authorities. This meeting, Madam Chair, dear colleagues from the Committee of the Region, is extremely timely, not only because of the situation in Greece, but because of the new agenda which is being shaped up in the area of humanitarian aid. We just had the World Humanitarian Summit. One of the main lessons learned from the Humanitarian Summit is empower the local responder. Work with the first line responder. Don't go over the local authorities. Help them, support them for all good reasons that were eloquently presented earlier during this conference. But mind you, one word, mind you, being humanitarian means playing the humanitarian game. That means being neutral, independent, impartial, and genuinely taking care of the most vulnerable. I have in mind what Daniel Endras said earlier, that some local authorities might be close to deserve the Nobel Prize in Greece today. Some other local authorities might not be that close of deserving the Nobel Prize. Bear that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you also. Mr. Grigorios Apostolou. Mr. Apostolou is the head of Greece Liaison Office of the European Agency for the Management of Operational Cooperation at the external borders of the member states of the European Union, the Frontex. Mr. Apostolou.
Thank you. Actually, I will be briefer than I had planned, so I will not go through the presentation. I think that it will help us all at least to understand the message.
Thank you so much for the understanding.
What I would like to underline regarding Frontex role is that Frontex is the coordinating body for the external measures that member states take at their external borders, but still national authorities are responsible for the management of their external borders. So Frontex is not here, is not to all member states to substitute national authorities, but to support them to face with problems that they have in front of them, and of course not only in operational terms, but also as it regards the enhancement of their capacity to deal with their problems themselves. We are, as it regards Greece, we are in Greece for many years. We started operations in 2006 actually, so we have quite a long experience. We developed ourselves, we developed together the infrastructure, the system with Greek authorities. We faced the first big crisis in 2010, that was at land borders. It was the first rapid operation ever. That time we thought that it was really a huge problem with 4,000 or 5,000 people coming per day, but we couldn't imagine that after some years we would face thousands of people coming every day. So last year, during the peak of this migratory and refugee crisis, we enhanced our presence in Greece, mainly at the sea borders, of course, but we also enhanced the kind of our activities. We paid much attention to help Greek authorities to establish a registration system. And when we're talking about registration system, we mean identification of nationality, registration in databases, fingerprinting, registration in Eurodac. So it's a whole package of registration. We continued and we developed our debriefing activities, meaning interviews with migrants and refugees to gain information, intelligence about the networks. Of course, surveillance activities, supporting the identification of false falsified documents, but also returns. Readmission and returns in general, readmission from the islands to Turkey, based on the EU-Turkey statement. We developed also our capacity, and we still have projects for upgrading the capacity of national authorities on returns. And finally, what I would like to highlight is the the development of, or I would say the establishment of European Border and Coast Guard, which is quite new development. 2 days ago, the Council adopted the regulation. Today, as I've heard, it is published in the official journal. And what we expect from the new, actually, it's a continuation of Frontex with extended mandate. Some of the tasks are quite new, such as the vulnerability assessment. We have to draft assessment regarding weak points of member states regarding the management of external borders. Some other tasks are not new, but they are extended. For example, operational coordination, returns. Again, we upgraded even internally. We established a unit specialized on returns. We have the possibility to deploy liaison officers in member states. The mandate of Frontex for the coordination of the operational coordination between member states and third countries is also extending. Technical assistance also to member states and technical assistance to the Commission. I don't want to go in details. Maybe you have some questions lately that I can give some more information. What I would like to say as the last point is that whatever makes the measures we take at the external borders, definitely it cannot be the only solution. These measures are part of the solution, part of the puzzle. There are a lot of other measures, or it's a package of measures that should be taken all together to face with this migratory and refugee flows. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Apostolou. And I would like to give the speech to Mr. Hans Janssen. Is a mayor of Oosterwijk. I said it all right?
Yeah.
I pronounced it okay? Okay. And he's the COR rapporteur on protection of refugees in their areas of the origin, a new perspective. Please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, many words are said already here today. And at least I am happy with this compelling theme. This policy about refugees also brings opposing views to light, even within our own party. It also takes us back to the roots of our political philosophy and our principles. Our party colleague, Angela Merkel, has made it already very clear what our obligations are. However, other party members are the ones who are closing borders or putting up fences, or at least support this. All of us are wrestling with this issue. What's more, we can feel the hot breath of populism that is helping us, let it say positively, which is helping us to take people's fear seriously, yet without sacrificing our values. We are holding our debate within the political context. We hold those debates at every level: European Parliament, national parliaments, in provinces and regions, in towns and villages. It's a textbook example of multi-level governance. At regional level, we coordinate where we are going to build our asylum centers. At local level, we look at how the refugees can be given a place in our society, how language teaching is organized, how follow-up courses are made available, and how refugees can start looking for work. Should I use this machine? Please tell me. But at least in the end, the way the refugees are dealt with is a local matter. As the mayor of a community with an asylum center within its borders, I can see both the blessings and the difficulties of the asylum issue on a daily basis. Our center has a 450 people capacity. Okay. It has been in existence for 25 years. There are few problems, certainly fewer problems than in some other parts of our town. Whenever there's the slightest sign of trouble, though, the cameras turn up and social media erupts. And then the angry minority springs into action. As the Dutch expression goes, het blijft op eieren lopen, or in English, we have to walk on eggshells. I am energized by the gratitude we get from refugees who are happy to have found a safe haven in our country. However many reports we write and however many conferences we hold, in the end it's all about humanity and about human dignity. And my experiences have motivated me to address the theme in our Committee of the Regions. Although we do what we can to receive people in our own country, we know that most refugees flee to countries neighboring the conflict zones. In that respect, we can all see the big challenge that faces our colleagues in the countries such as Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, Italy, and not at least here in Greece, our host country this morning. If 5 million Syrians flee, we know that that means for the neighboring countries. If worldwide there are more than 65 million refugees, then we know that dozens of countries will become the places where people seek for protection. 2 years ago, I was in Jordan on behalf of the Dutch Municipalities Association. At the time, we were exploring the possibilities of supporting our fellow local councils. It led to a long-term project involving using the knowledge and expertise of several communities in the Netherlands. Waste management, drinking water supplies, spatial planning are particular topics we can help one another with. The recommendations in my report underline the need for a holistic approach, including attention for the host communities. In Jordan, the impact of the refugee camps on local communities and regions became clear to me. I was in the UNHCR camp Al-Zatari, which is home to more than 80,000 refugees. 350 water trucks drive to and from the refugee camp every day. 200 trucks take away the sewerage, and there are 3 hospitals and 200 babies born each month. 30,000 children of school age, but only 12,000 of them get education. There's also violence, radicalization, intimidation. It's a world of its own. It's a miracle that things in general go so well. You develop a huge admiration for the work of the professionals and volunteers of UNHCR. And you also build up a huge respect for our administrative colleagues in the host communities. They have to deal with the lack of facilities, problems on the labor market, shortage of housing and social tensions. And I've therefore indicated in my report that the emergency aid approach needs to be replaced by a much more integrated approach to the refugees and the host communities. Local and regional authorities will each play a crucial role in all of this. A long-term perspective is needed for urban development and planning. It will require powers, resources, knowledge and experience. And we as local authorities and regions, we can also offer important support to our colleagues. We can use our relevant know-how like is happening in some programs, as I mentioned. But we can certainly ask the United Nations and our European institutions to give their attention to the difficult role of local and regional authorities. And I was happy with the words of Mr. De Brouwer in his last remark about really the important position of local authorities in this respect. Obviously, to close, Mrs. Moderator, peace and reconciliation are the primary solutions to the wars that afflict our world. Nonetheless, if we can give refugees a dignified existence in the first country of asylum, and if we can offer them the prospect of returning to their own country or region, then we will make the world a slightly better place, exactly the way that befits our Christian democratic tradition. This morning we hear about the efforts on migration, about guarding our borders. We discuss humanitarian aid and integration of refugees. And I'm happy that I've been able to talk about our role, our own role in this respect. Local communities and administrators are on the front line, and they deserve our support. Thank you very much for your attention. And now this, talking about refugee centers, temporary refugee centers, we all know those pictures. We know those refugee pictures from Turkey, from Lebanon. This is the one I mentioned in Jordan. Look at that, it's a village, a town on its own, as I said. The water supply, whatever is necessary in those camps. And even, let's be positively too, this is the Champs-Élysées in this camp of 80,000 people. So people are strong, unless, even in their weak circumstances. So and we need electricity. And this is a friend who supports the story I just told you. So this was here in Greece, and let's say to one another, let that be the last picture, and even it is the last picture of this system today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Well, the numbers, as a journalist, I had some numbers here. They fit 11 million people from Syria have fled their homes the last 5 years. 11 million. 4.8 of them have fled to neighboring countries. 6.6 are internally displaced within Syria, and of course more than 1.5 million have requested asylum to European Union. We are talking about numbers that we've never seen before. 11 million people. Mr. Dimopoulos. Mr. Christos Dimopoulos, Protection and Integration Project Manager, Doctors of the World, Greece.
Okay, thank you for the invitation. I will do a fast-track procedure, so I need somebody to activate my PowerPoint presentation. So, Doctors of the World, MDM Greece, is well established here since 1990. And we cooperate and coordinate with the other national MDM delegations, keeping our autonomy. So I will not use the emotion today, and I will not use data today in my presentation. Mrs. Edras helped me a lot with data. I will only highlight, because we have lack of time, some issues, so as later to face the solutions of the problem. So, okay, concerning the refugees, we provide basically 3 or 4 types of services. Most of them are common services that the national takes as well. Open polyclinics, social pharmacies, shelters are important as well, and medical mobile units. In our open polyclinics, we provide services to Greeks, citizens, and to refugees, asylum seekers. So we don't like, as a mentality, as a volunteer organization, to separate individuals and nationalities, to split people. So we try to provide the services to all the nationalities in Greece, but there are types of services we provide only to refugees as the most vulnerable of them in this period. So the open polyclinics all over Greece. Oh, it's okay. I will show you only the map in order to understand that we are in a lot of islands, in the mainland as well, in the central Greece. And what I would like to focus is that it's not only protection, because now we are in the period that we have to do integration as well. And till last year, what we know is that integration was not priority for EU and for Greece. But today, integration is priority for all the European countries. And as an organization, we cannot do integration in a large scale. We can help, we can fill the gaps the government has, the authorities have, but we need a master plan, somebody to produce the master plan. This is a photo from our polyclinic in Athens, where we give primary health services, pharmaceutical coverage, and psychological counseling. So basically we have three kinds of services: medical services, psychosocial services, and accommodation services. I will proceed now to say some things about the regional authorities and the local authorities, because the idea is good to use the local authorities in Greece and to use the regional authorities. The camp we tried this, starting from 8th of August, is in central Greece, is Thermopyles camp, and I had a field visit in Thermopyles camp yesterday, and probably I will do it after the conference again. So in the first steps, it's a new collaboration. We had some problems. We must find the formula of this collaboration. And now after a month, I'm proud to announce that we have now good collaboration with the regional authorities. And what I realized is that this situation exhausts the regional authorities and the resources they use. So it's not only the money, it's the local resources. Okay? And we need to reinforce them. So we have there a medical team with a general doctor, pediatrician, interpreters, cultural mediators, nurses, and social worker. And this is what we try to do in the camp in order to respond to the needs of this population. And then, this is from the islands of Chios, from the boat project, from our shelters and dormitories, and the new things till the end of the month, because the situation in unaccompanied minors is crucial now, will be this shelter, in an idea to provide a high level and high quality services. What's happening till now is just to find a shelter, an old hotel or something, and to do something that doesn't cost a lot, it's cheap, and usually it's bed and breakfast. So talking about minors, we don't need bed and breakfast anymore. We need to integrate, to use not only protection, to give integration as well. So this seems amazing. Officially, it's not inaugurated yet. It will be by the end of the month. And this is the idea and the mentality and how we try to respond to this crucial issue of unaccompanied minors, because it will have the biggest capacity in Greece. 100 is a lot for minors. Of course, it is 2,000 square meters, it's 2 different buildings. There is even an open theater to create things, to do film festivals, but it's our mentality, and we will focus on this. And this is what is happening in a mobile unit if you don't have an ISO box to do it. And this is something crazy, and nobody cannot understand if he is not on the field. So what I would like to say is that, of course, the idea is right, to solve the problem in the countries of origins of refugees. but okay, maybe it's not the reality at the moment. It's not something achievable. So the collaboration between and the cooperation between the European countries is crucial, and we don't need just national master plans. We need a European master plan, because national master plans can separate countries. National master plans is the second level. We need the big master plan, and it's not only to have the funds, it's to think more about the implementation. Okay? We have good plans, but we have a problem in the implementation. So thank you very much. I will not insist anymore, just if you have questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dimopoulos. Thank you very much. And now, there are some questions, please. It's the time to put questions, please, for the panel, for the speakers, if there is something. Otherwise, we can proceed and we can leave this panel and to go to the conclusions and adoption of... No, there is a question, please. Mr. Kokinos.
Επιτρέψτε μου να κάνω δύο ερωτήσεις.
I have two questions, if I may. And I'd like to make a 30-second comment, give you some information. My questions are the following, and I'm saying this because there's particular concern because in the Dodecanese area, this is one of the two main entry points into Greece, the northern and the southern Aegean, in other words. So onto my questions. To what extent and what can the European Union intervene, and what initiatives can it undertake to ensure that commitments vis-à-vis the migrant question can be respected, because we're seeing an increase in flows again. Secondly, to what extent can we have flexible procedures to leverage the funding which is available, and there is any intention of increasing the funding to address the issue in my country at least? And thirdly, when is the European Border and Coast Guard body going to be up and running? And what I wanted to say, very quickly to conclude, is that in the Dodecanese area, on the question of migrants, obviously this has affected tourism, the tourist image, which largely lives from tourism. The hotspot areas have seen a drop in tourism, and also the flows are ongoing, and the hotspot, the centres, are now full. So we need some commitment on this from the EU. Our people are facing a major issue. People who arrive bring their own problems with them, and our islands can't cope with these flows. So we are looking forward to some effective plan, and we hope that this meeting will help us move forward on this, supported by Mr. Zikostas.
Another question? Please, your name?
Yes, my name is Deirdre Ford. I'm a core member from Cork in Ireland. And thank you very much for all the presentations today. Very quickly, I'm in awe of the work that has been done, particularly in Greece. Can I focus on one issue, because it was brought home to me, particularly in relation to the last speaker? You mentioned 100 minors, unaccompanied minors. So presumably these minors will be in Greece, or certainly somewhere for 18 years. Is there a plan to send them anywhere else? And the other thing is, can local authorities who are not directly impacted in the crisis, on the front line, if you like, can local authorities from other regions help these 100 minors? Can we help in facilitating looking after these, because recently we had a tragedy in my area where a lady passed on and she left a minor, and when I tried to get information as to what was going to happen to this child, because I have children myself, I couldn't get any information. So I think there needs to be a greater awareness of what the obligations of local authorities can do and what indeed we can do to help you.
So talking about minors, unaccompanied minors in Greece, you should realize that we are talking about a number in the waiting list that is approximately 2,000 minors. Maybe you should ask ECA, the governmental organization that handle the referrals of unaccompanied minors. But talking about these numbers, even 20 places or 200 places or even 2,000 places will not solve the problem. So what is happening in shelters, they are not the NGOs of the shelters that decides who they will receive. The public organization sends the minors to the shelters. They decide. So you don't know what will be the minors, who will be the minors. They will be they from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, you don't know. You just have to receive them and to give them high quality services. So obviously we need a lot of shelters, but my idea is not the quantity, it's the quality of services. Okay? We don't need low quality shelters. Not only for minors, but especially for minors. Because the procedure is that you must integrate the boys and the girls that you accommodate in the local schools. So if you have 50 Greeks in the local school and 100 refugees, we have to think how we will do it the right way. So that's why we put a lot of effort in this project. And this is the reason why I show you this and I insisted. It is crucial. It will not solve the problem, but maybe will show a way how to deal with the problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Something else? No. Okay, I think that now, Mr. Governor and Mr. President, it's time to go on to the conclusions and adoption of the declaration. And I would like the panel to leave your places and you continue your process. Thank you very, very much.
Mariana, thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers of today's meeting and of course our fantastic moderator, Ms. Mariana Pyrgioti. And I would like to give the floor to our president, Mr. Snyder.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would also like to thank the moderator. She's not listening, but I'd like to thank her very much indeed anyway, because she did an excellent job. She moderated the meeting very well. So this brings us to the final part of our meeting today. Just let me find my glasses. So this is the resolution now. Let me remind you, every time we have an external meeting, we prepare a declaration on the topic of the conference, and the aim is basically to give a declaration to the hosts which they can use in their press and information work and also in their political work. So Apostolos is going to be talking to the press, and we want him to be able to talk about what's happened in the meeting, and the New Democracy Party in Greece will be working with this declaration. Now, we've received a number of proposals and suggestions, and most of them have been incorporated into the draft, which is being made available. And I hope that we'll be able to say at the end of the day that this is specifically the position of the EPP. There's nothing new. We're just summarizing what we've said on previous occasions. But first of all, I'd like to give the floor to Anna Moccia. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I highly appreciate the readiness of the EPP Secretariat to find compromise wordings to the important messages about migration. This is the advantages of the EPP group, to hear all voices. Europeans should show solidarity to each other, and every nation should show solidarity to the refugees. Hungary contributes to solving the migration crisis by protecting borders, not only at the Hungarian Schengen border, but in Serbia, Macedonia, previously in Slovenia, and we are ready to give help to Bulgaria or Greece if it's inquiry. Also, we build hospitals in Syria, and we have many other examples. All the Europeans should respect these big efforts. Hungary will have a referendum in 2 weeks about the migrants' distribution, and the main message is expected to vote that no migrants' allocations will be accepted without the decision of the Hungarian parliament. Referendums are crucial, and all the elected politicians should respect the will of their citizens and voters. In this light, you should understand that the Hungarian 7 members cannot accept the point 7 included in the resolution about the automatic distribution. Otherwise, we are happy to vote all the other points, because we really believe that the resolution covers real problems and solutions and has a respectable balance of points of view. The Hungarian is the 3rd biggest delegation of the EPP, and being aware of this, we aim to contribute with our efforts to the performance of the EPP group. Thank you very much, and also thank you again the compromise solution. Thank you, resolution. Thank you.
Frau Kollegin.
Well, colleague, perhaps I can just check that I heard you are right. So you're not going to support the declaration because you don't agree with point 7? Or do you indeed support the declaration? Because we did try to accommodate you in point 7. We redrafted it and we came up with a more general form of words in the hope that our Hungarian colleagues could agree with the declaration on that basis.
Hungarian colleagues agree all the other parts of the declaration, but the point 7 is not acceptable in light of the referendum in 2 weeks. So the other parts are accepted and fully supported, but this one point is not accepted for the Hungarians. This is our position. We cannot say other thing. You can understand. You could understand. All the colleagues could understand that there is a referendum about this in 2 weeks in Hungary. So it's a very delicate, really delicate situation now. 2 weeks before the referendum. Thank you.
Gut, das haben wir jetzt verstanden.
Okay, we understood that. Isidoro Butado and then Michel Dubras. So 2 minutes, no longer. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Secretariat and the Presidency for having included some of our proposals for amendment in order to try and improve the text. As I say, we think they improve the text. It's a resolution, and we're aware that a resolution tries to give a response to the situation, and it avoids all of the issues which are subject to questioning. What we want to do is criticize the spread of populism in Europe, negative populism, which is basically a cancer as regards the European project and for all of our countries living together in the European project. Obviously, we have to engage in solidarity to counter this phenomenon. We don't just have to listen to our citizens And obviously, we understand their position because it's determined by fears and concerns. But if politics wants to shoulder its responsibility, it's not just a question of asking citizens to put forward their views. We have to be able to put forward a project. And I don't think that we've made that clear in the declaration. Europe understood the phenomenon only very late in the day. And I think that has to be reflected in the resolution. 2 years ago, I took the floor that I said there was a problem with the Ukraine, and I also said that the problem was going to explode in the Mediterranean area. There were few people who listened to me and few people who believed me, but now we're facing the problem. Now, I'm an Italian, and like the Greeks, I am experiencing the problem on a day-to-day basis. And I'd really like to thank Germany, and I'd like to thank all of those countries who, even though they didn't listen to my warnings at the outset, nevertheless showed tangible cooperation and solidarity. So I'd like to say to all of my colleagues here that we have to create the European project. The European project is not the cause of immigration. It's not at the roots of the problem. But this is a problem which is putting at risk the European institutions with huge consequences, because if every country turns in on itself and puts at risk Europe, we will discover that we are all weak because there's no wall which will put an end to migration. So this is a very serious problem for us. And we think that the most serious point is the theme of crime. In our centers in Italy, latest surveys have shown that there is a problem with this. And also there's a major problem with unaccompanied minors who are disappearing. And there are thousands of them. And basically, they're falling prey to organized crime. And often we're talking about foreign criminal associations who take the boys and girls and use them in prostitution. So it's a problem not just of management, but as has rightly been said here, there's also the problem of integration. We have to protect these people because they have hopes and aspirations. They've come to us hoping to improve their life chances. So I would call on all of our colleagues of the EPP, including our Hungarian colleagues. I do understand that you've got a referendum in 2 weeks, but we've made an effort to come up with a resolution which does give some hope to the European project. And if you want to abstain on point 7, then do that, but you shouldn't vote against because of point 7. We have to demonstrate that the EPP has a strong policy and we have a strong level of cohesion in our group.
Thank you, Isidora, and thank you very much indeed for that appeal of our Hungarian colleagues. I will be coming back to that. But the problem of unaccompanied minors has a further facet. We've seen this in Germany as well. A lot of them disappear. IS, the so-called Islamic State, is trying in a targeted way to get in touch with these young people to use them for terrorist attacks. So, yes, it's an additional problem on the crime question. Thank you very much indeed. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much indeed for having organized this meeting. I think that this resolution is particularly well balanced and marked with the human feeling which should mark it and indeed which characterizes the EPP. It's a very strong political declaration, I believe, which stresses the importance of the local and regional authorities and places it at the level where it should indeed be. Point 7 where our Hungarian colleagues have a problem there, I believe, bears witness to solidarity shown by all EU member states. Yes, indeed, if we don't act in a spirit of solidarity, we're going to be batting responsibility back and forth. We're all going to be in our own backyard, and no one is going to want to have this general solidarity. So I would call on our Hungarian colleagues, please, I would beg you to accept point 7. It's very difficult to say right now that we're going to take count of a referendum when the referendum still hasn't been held. This is a political position we are adopting today, and I do hope that our Hungarian colleagues will support that political position, even if, after the referendum, taking account of the outcome of the referendum, which we're not aware of right now, they could then, after the referendum, amend their position. But right here and now, taking account of the outcome of a referendum, which still has not been held, is not correct in terms of the objective we're trying to defend. So I would ask them, please, to accept that political position today, and possibly taking account of the outcome of the referendum, amend their position at a later stage.
Das Wort gebeten.
Thank you very much indeed. Anna Mashal has asked for the floor.
Yes. Bitte noch mal. Danach habe ich noch 2.
And then I have a further 2 speakers. Then we have to close because otherwise we'll have no further interpretation. Anna Mashal to begin with.
Me? Yes. Thank you. I'm afraid there were some misunderstanding. We fully agree with the resolution. Just we explained that the point 7 is not in accordance with the Hungarian position, but we fully support. And I didn't ask to vote separately for the number 7, and I didn't ask nothing about. Just I announced that there is this problem in Hungary. This is why we have to announce that this is not according to our aims, and also I expressed that Hungary should contribute with other efforts. Thank you. I'm sorry if it was not understandable.
Okay, ich denke, wir sind uns jetzt einig.
Well, yes, I think that we agree now. And I'd just like to say to our other colleagues that we did try to take account of what our Hungarian colleagues wanted, because we talked about fair burden sharing. That's a very general form of words. It can mean various things. It's not a question of saying others should resolve the problems and we shouldn't. How the burden is shared is another problem, however. Okay, I'll take those of you who've asked for the floor, but I think we can say that we agree, but there are some concerns in Hungary. A colleague from Greece. Unfortunately, I can't see your name, but you have the floor.
Kokinos. Red.
Mr. Kokinos. Mr. Red. In translation.
Το ψήφισμα είναι σε...
This is a very positive resolution, but as I believe that we really need as many people in agreement as possible, I think we need to ensure that we faithfully follow the commitments of Turkey or any other country that has entered into an agreement with the European Union on the question of migration. And I'm saying this because recently, just a few days after the coup, the attempted coup in Turkey, we've noticed that in the Aegean Islands, which are the external borders of the EU, we've seen an increase in the influx of refugees and migrants. So if you also take into account the fact that Turkey receives quite a lot of money to manage this problem from the EU, and there's over 1 million migrants in camps in Turkey. So with all this, plus the fact that the regime in Turkey is totally opposed to the EU and the Greek position, you can understand that an escalation of tension might lead to serious issues that would be out of control with an influx of further migrants. So I think we really need somewhere to make reference to this.
Vielen Dank auch für die Konzentration.
Thank you. And thank you for focusing and for being so brief. Eleni, and then I'll give the floor back to Apostolos to sum up. Thank you.
I can be briefer. I would just like to stress the fact that non-common addressing of this migrant issue would have one single outcome, and that would mean that those countries with the external borders, the EU member states, in other words, which have the external borders, would then just be flooded with these flows, mass flows of migrants, with everything that means.
So, liebe Kollegen.
Thank you very much, Eleni. So, friends and colleagues, I take note of the fact that we can now give this declaration to our Greek friends for their political work here. I'd just like to make a personal comment. I am proud of our group. I am proud of us being to reach agreement. I think that's a good sign, or good for our future work. So a special word of thanks to Apostolos Tzitzikatos, who is our host, and everyone who worked in making this meeting a success. So I'll give him the final say, and then I'll be able to give the floor to other speakers if you want the floor, but that'll have to be in English. Apostolos first, please.
Well, in closing this meeting here in Thessaloniki, first of all, I would like to thank everybody indeed for your support in ensuring that this organised meeting take place on the basis of the unanimous decision taken in Brussels. Really, I do thank you from the bottom of my heart, because we're in the right place and at the right time. And if we do things in the right way, then this is our way of sending a clear message as the European People's Party of the European Union in all directions, to say that Europe really is based on the principles of solidarity between member states, and I'm delighted to see that this resolution today has been adopted. It clearly shows the path to be taken by the European Union, and in particular the path that we need to follow in the regions and in the municipalities of the European Union. And therefore, once again, allow me to thank you very much indeed, and inform you that very shortly we will go to visit a relocation centre for refugees, which I'm sure you will find very interesting indeed, so that you can see firsthand how these people are accommodated here in Western Macedonia, which, as I said, as a region, has a disproportionate burden to bear in relation to its population, and of course in relation to the need for share distribution of refugees and migrants throughout the European Union. Before we visit that centre, I would like to call on all the honourable guests and members and all the other people who have joined us today to join us just across the way, across the hall. It would be a great honour for us, and a show of thanks if I can offer you lunch before we go on with our visit. Once again, thank you very, very much indeed.
Θα ήθελε τον λόγο
The General Consul from Turkey would like to take the floor.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, a little bit of attention for for a last speaker, not on the program, but I will give him the chance, but it's only possible in English. Thank you to the interpreters. I wanted to add. So
yeah.
Please go ahead.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much because we have also mentioned about Turkey today. So I thought that maybe the participants would be very much interested in listening some information from Turkish side also. First of all, I would like to say that Turkey has mobilized all its capabilities to stem irregular migratory flows towards the European Union. Since last September, daily average of irregular crossings decreased from 7,000 to a very low rate. For example, the average in August was only 100. While in 2015, around 500 irregular migrants lost their lives in the Aegean Sea. Now, I am pleased to say that since the 18th of March agreement, no loss of life has occurred in Turkish waters. I would like to underline that our resolute action against irregular migration continues. In 2016, we have so far prevented more than 100,000 irregular migrants from illegally exiting Turkey. Since the failed coup attempt of 15th of July, Turkish Coast Guard rescued more than 2,000 irregular migrants in the Aegean Sea. At this point, I must say that if the Turkey were not there, since the 18th of March, more than 300,000 irregular migrants would have reached the EU. Despite the heavy burden on our shoulders, we also address our bilateral commitments. We are doing our best for the efficient implementation of the Turkey-Greece bilateral readmission protocol. This year, more than 1,000 irregular migrants have been readmitted by Turkey. This figure was 6 in 2014 and only 8 in 2015. As of today, Turkey managed to prevent loss of lives in the Aegean Sea, managed to crush the migrant smuggling rings, and replace irregular migration with the regular migration. I would like to emphasize that both Turkey and Greece assumed a heavy burden in the Aegean Sea. Now it is the EU's turn to deliver on its promises. Within this context, the EU should help Greece in speeding up the asylum procedures on the islands. On the other hand, as everybody knows very well, visa liberalization for the Turkish citizens to the Schengen area is among the commitments made by the EU. Within this context, we expect visa liberalization for Turkish citizens at the latest in October 2016. As all distinguished participants know, Turkey is the only candidate country which does not benefit from visa-free travel. Turkey and Greece are in the same boat in this cooperation. We should help each other. And the support of Greece is also very valuable for us in our visa liberalization process. And regarding the irregular migrants' flow in the Aegean Sea, as we always said, we are ready to take back all irregular migrants who crossed into the Aegean islands as of 20th of March. However, there are delays in the asylum procedures in Greece. Consequently, over the last weeks, we see a minor rise in the flows. I should bring into your kind attention that once irregular migrants notice the delays, we may face new migratory flows. And taking this opportunity, I would like to say a couple of words about the Syrians in Turkey. As you all know, Turkey follows an open-door policy towards Syrians and complies with the principle of non-refoulement. As of today, the total number of Syrians in Turkey is over 2.7 million. We provide them with accommodation, food items, medical, educational, and psychosocial services. Out of over 900,000 school-age Syrian children in Turkey, only 300,000 children can receive education. In order to further contribute to the living standards of the Syrians in Turkey, now the Syrians are enabled to work in Turkey as of January 2016. I also would like to state for your records that Turkey has spent over $12 billion for Syrians and received an international aid of only $512 million. Under these circumstances, responsibility and burden sharing with Syrian hosting countries is an imperative for all members of the international community. Within this context, resettlement is a way to share the responsibility for Syrians. We expect all countries to act responsibly and take much more part in resettlement programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the information, for the impressive numbers that you mentioned, and I can assure you that it's our common position that we are very grateful for all Turkey does to help Europe to deal with the migration crisis, and that I can also assure you that we share the common position that it's crucial for the future that we cooperate very, very closely in the way that we have started. So I hope that on the basis of the European Council, it's not up to the regional and the local communities, but to the national member states. I hope that on this basis they will make fruitful progress in the future. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have lunch.